Rob says, "Show, I've never understood this trade Bo nonsense. You need good players to win, and he is a good player. Players want to be on winning teams. If we win next year, go deep. The odds of him re-signing increase. I think it is that simple. Once again, he is a good player, almost irreplaceable. The management has let it rise this long. Why would they fold now with everything on the line next year?" So that's Rob from Guelph. I think that's an interesting viewpoint on the trade Bo, what is happening with Bo Bichette discussion going into next year, because I think you have seen that you can ably replace at least some of his production if you give the reins, at least in part, to Ernie Clement and or Leo Jimenez. But it's true that when he's at his peak and he is healthy, there are few shortstops that have been as productive as Bo Bichette. I tend to think he will not be a Blue Jay long term. I'm just reading tea leaves here, and this is not any inside information. But I can't help but think that they'll look for trades in the offseason, but that come opening day next year, he will be the starting shortstop.
Yes, I think more likely than not, he is the starting shortstop on opening day next year. I also agree with you, Show, that long term, I don't know that there's a marriage here that's going to work. It feels like they're inevitably heading in different directions once his time passes and is completed as a Blue Jay. But I also agree wholeheartedly with Rob. I think Rob from Guelph hit the nail on the head. I haven't heard anybody put it as succinctly or as beautifully as he did. I think he laid out the exact reason why, especially for the purposes of this front office, they are in self-preservation mode right now. Right? This is it. This is their reputation on the line. Can they get the Jays back into playoff contention? And the best way to do that is to have number 11 playing shortstop for you and playing at an all-star level like we've seen him do in the past. And for that reason, if you want to be competitive, it's probably best for Bo Bichette to be on your team.
That is Daniele Franceschi. I'm Show Ali. You can keep the text coming, 590-590. Name and location. We'll continue taking your texts after the game. Daniele and I will stick around for Jays Talk after the final out. We'll take your phone calls, of course, as well. And I'll throw out the numbers for you to call once this game is in the books. All right, let's check on the Bet365 standings update. Bet365 is where you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 18+, play responsibly. Ontario only. In the AL East, both the Yankees and Orioles, they are 82-60. The Red Sox are 71-70. The Rays are 69-72. The Blue Jays, after last night's game, they are 67-75. They will play the Braves, who with a win after last night are 77-64. Here are tonight's starting lineups for John Schneider. Nathan Lucas is batting leadoff. George Springer getting a rest day. Lucas in right field. Dalton Varsho is batting second in center field. It's a DH day for Vladdy. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting third. Batting cleanup is Spencer Horwitz. He is at first base. Will Wagner is batting fifth. He is at second base. Alejandro Kirk is batting sixth. He is catching. Addison Barger is back. He is at third base, batting seventh. Batting eighth is Ernie Clement. He is at shortstop. And Joey Loperfido is batting ninth. He is in left field. Jose Berrios just wrapping up some of his warm-up tosses out there in the Atlanta bullpen. He will pitch for Toronto. For the Braves, their leadoff batter, Michael Harris, the second, he is in center field. Travis d'Arnaud, he is catching, batting second. Batting third is Marcelo Zuna. He is at DH today. Matt Olson's at first base, batting cleanup. Batting fifth is Ramon Laureano in right field. Jarrett Kelnick is in left field, batting sixth. Batting seventh at third base is Gio Urshela. Orlando Arcia is at shortstop, batting eighth. And batting ninth is Luke Williams. He is at second base. Spencer Schwellenbach will pitch for the Atlanta Braves. We have a couple minutes to go until first pitch at Truist Park, so let's get you over to the action with the call tonight. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Show. Just about to get underway for Game 2 between the Blue Jays and the Atlanta Braves. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jose Berrios against Spencer Schwellenbach tonight. We talked a bit about Berrios before Show and Daniele came on. But Chris, on the other side, the Blue Jays are seeing one of the better rookie starters in baseball this year. Spencer Schwellenbach, 5-6 with a 3.69 ERA in 16 starts.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see him throw. This is a guy that's only started 2 career games in Double-A, 6 career games at High A, and now he's excelling in the big leagues. I mean, you really just don't hear things like that very often, but this is a guy with a big fastball, a big slider, and pretty good command. 19 walks in 92 2/3 innings. He's going to be a handful.
He walks out onto the field. The Braves wearing their special The A jerseys, which look a lot like the old jerseys, the lighter blue, the red name on the back, and a lot of white. dominating that jersey. Schwellenbach warming up before the first inning, which is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. And you don't say this to take anything away from Schwellenbach, but when Max Fried is game 1 and Chris Sale is game 3, if the Blue Jays are going to get something going offensively, it might have to be tonight.
Yeah, I mean, facing two of the best left-handed starters in all of baseball, and Max Fried and Chris Sale kind of bookending this series, you gotta do something against Spencer Schwellenbach, but he's no slouch himself. Like you said, he's a very good starter, but he is a true rookie, so you can maybe rattle his cage a little bit, get some guys on base, get some guys moving, and then see what happens.
It's the 20th time this season the Blue Jays will face a starter 24 years old or younger. Last time was 5 games ago, the Blue Jays' last win when they beat up Zebby Matthews en route to a 15-0 win over the Twins. And generally, the Blue Jays have fared very well against the younger, more inexperienced starters who in the 20 games against Toronto have a 6.03 ERA and average fewer than 5 innings per start.
Well, this is also a young, inexperienced Toronto Blue Jays lineup. So it's almost a AAA lineup versus a AAA pitcher. And I guess we'll see what happens. There's a lot of good offensive guys in this Toronto Blue Jays lineup today. I love that Nathan Lucas is leading off, and I love that Addison Barger is in the lineup tonight.
Lucas about to step up to the plate, and we're about to get this one underway after a 3-1 Atlanta win yesterday, dominated by the Braves pitching. The Blue Jays try to turn that fate today, and it'll start with the bearded right fielder, Lucas, who bats from the left side. Blue Jays in their road gray jerseys and pants today. Lucas taps the plate, wheels the bat around, and looks out at Schwellenbach. Right-hander into the wind, the pitch. First pitch fastball hit in the air center field on a line charging in. Harris dives and makes the catch. What a play by Michael Harris. 1 down.
Well, he is a great defender out there in center field, but again, a good swing from Nathan Lucas using the whole field, a good fastball down in the zone. Nathan Lucas smokes it to center field, but Michael Harris with the great sliding catch.
Caught it off to his right, underhanded, and slid into a sitting up position. Claps from his pitcher Schwellenbach as the Braves get a loud first out off the bat of Lucas. Dalton Varsho to hit now for Toronto. 1 out. Schwellenbach's wind and pitch. Fastball, strike 1. Time of the first pitch today, 7:21 Eastern, 29 degrees and pretty sunny in Atlanta, Georgia at Truist Park. 0-1. Inside. In back-to-back pitches to Varsho, we saw a 97-mile-per-hour four-seamer and a 94-mile-per-hour cutter. 1-1. Swing and a line drive hit to third and caught in a little hop by Urshela. 2 down. Schwellenbach's going to mix the four-seamer, slider, cutter, curve, and sinker a lot. Also throws a splitter. He's given you a lot of different things to think about.
And that's why he's been so effective. But I think the biggest thing with Schwellenbach is the fact that he doesn't really walk anybody. He's in the zone consistently, and that is important for the Blue Jays offense. You got to go up there swinging.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up the pitch. Strike 1, 98 down the middle. Schwellenbach, a second rounder by the Braves in 2021 out of Nebraska. 0-1. Swing and a foul back, 0-2. 24-year-old righty grew up in Saginaw, Michigan. Won the Michigan Mr. Baseball and Gatorade Player of the Year award for Michigan when he was in grade 12. His 0-2. Outside, Guerrero takes it for ball 1. Funny thing about Schwellenbach, though, is he actually hasn't pitched much in his pro career or really overall in his life compared to a lot of major leaguers. 1-2. Swing and a high pop-up just back of the shortstop Arcia. Coming in, Kelnick makes the call for it, the left fielder, and squeezes it to end the inning. We'll have more on Schwellenbach when he's back on the mound, but a quick top of the first sends us to the bottom half. Scoreless game, Jose Berrios on the mound next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays, and with all kinds of cool new games and activities in the exciting outfield district areas, there's no end to the family fun you'll have.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball cracked to center field, to the wall, to the track. It's gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jose Berrios on the hill, getting ready for his 29th start of the season. No score, Blue Jays and Braves. Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Bottom of the first inning. First pitch from Berrios is a fastball for strike one against Michael Harris. Right-handers 14-9 this year, 3.59 earned run average, 134 Ks to 47 walks. His 0-1 pitch hit on the ground to second, backhanded by Will Wagner. Throw over to first in time, 1 out. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host today, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Tom Young, our technical director. And Jose Berrios has been getting a lot of that recently. 4-seamers and sinkers down, turning into ground balls.
Yeah, it's really important for him to stay down with that sinker. You see Michael Harris there just beat it into the ground. We've seen that so often.
Righty delivers to Travis d'Arnaud, and it's a first pitch heater at the top of the zone for strike one. d'Arnaud, the catcher for the Braves on a second straight day. 245 hitter, 14 homers in 88 games. 0-1. Low. Berrios' last start, he went 6 scoreless against the Minnesota Twins, his old team. Only threw 63 pitches in that start. 1-1. Swing and a line drive, left field, hooking, but it stays fair and gets down just in front of the wall. Picked up by Loperfido on the warning track. He opts it back to second, but it's a head-first dive for a double by Travis d'Arnaud.
Well, Alejandro Kirk wanted that changeup down and in, but Jose Berrios left that thing middle in, about belt high, and Travis d'Arnaud didn't miss it, ripping it down the line.
That's a pitch that at times can end up in the seats if you make it. So in a way, a break for the Blue Jays, but d'Arnaud in scoring position, and the best Braves hitter, Marcell Ozuna, coming up. Ozuna batting .309 on the year, 28 doubles, 37 homers, and 98 RBIs. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul off to the right, 0-1.
I like that they're trying to come into Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna's a big guy, loves to get the arms extended. And I've said this a lot this season. It's intimidating to come into the big guys that hit home runs, but you have to.
Big beard for Ozuna, open stance, just standing on the toes of his front left foot. 0-1. Called strike. They went right up and in again to the absolute corner of the zone to make it 0-2.
Yeah, that's a great pitch. I don't know if Ozuna thought that was a strike, but that was very clearly a strike, just nipping the inside of that strike zone there.
Ozuna with a little half swing to mimic getting inside the ball. Now ready to go, the 0-2. Bounce the slurve, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Only 2 guys in the National League have driven in more runs than Marcell Ozuna this year. Willy Adames has 100. Shohei Ohtani has 100. Ozuna well on his way with 98. 1-2 pitch. Fastball just low. Slugger also leads the Braves in walks with 62. Now, he does strike out a lot, over 150, but he can be patient at the right time. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Does get him to chase on his sinker, and Berrios strikes out Ozuna for the second out of the frame.
Well, he just missed on that previous fastball. I'm sure Marcell Ozuna didn't think he would come back with another sinker. Threw that thing to the bottom of the zone, and it kind of just dipped underneath the bat of Ozuna. That's a pretty good pitch right there.
2 down, new baseball for Berrios coming from home plate ump Malachi Moore. Although the training staff is coming on the field now. Jose Ministral and John Schneider are going out to the mound, and I don't know. It seems like Alejandro Kirk potentially indicated something to the dugout about Berrios.
Well, Berrios was pointing to his forehead.
And he's brought his cap up, and it's kind of resting just on the top of his head now, exposing his forehead and his hair. Was going to mention before d'Arnaud doubled. So Berrios throws 63 pitches in his last start. That's because he was dealing with an illness. And John Schneider did say before today's game, while he's no longer sick, he's not 100%. He's still feeling the effects of that. Good news is, though, he's going to remain on the mound right now. He wipes a little bit of sweat from his head. He's still resting that cap on the top of his head, so hopefully everything's all right for Berrios. It's a warm day, too, in Atlanta, warmer than it's been in Toronto or Minnesota or Boston over the last couple series the Blue Jays have had. 2 down, Matt Olson up with d'Arnaud on second. No score, the pitch. Fastball hit back foul, 0-1.
Some of the movements he was making towards his face, maybe he's congested, maybe he's a little bit dizzy because of that. That's what it seemed like to me anyways.
Perhaps something they can resolve in the dugout in between innings. Right-hander set from the first base side of the rubber. Looks at second, delivers. Misses inside with the slurve, 1-1. Olson's a big left-handed hitter, batting .230 on the season. Leads the Braves and is top 10 in the National League in doubles with 32. 1-1. Backdoor slurve grabs the outside corner, strike two.
That is an important pitch to Jose Berrios. That backdoor slurve that just clips the outside part of that strike zone. That's a pretty pitch.
Here's 1-2. Swing and a fly ball left field line. Low Perfido moving over near foul territory. Bangs up against the sidewall. Ball gets down but in foul territory. And it's still 1-2.
I think that was foul by about 2 feet out there in left field. Not much room out there between that wall and the foul line.
And Low Perfido was slowing up to try and find the wall. Obviously, a lot of the young Blue Jays don't have experience in a lot of these ballparks. And it just kind of went past him as he was bracing for the wall.
It almost went past his right shoulder as he was making contact with that ball. It seemed like he could have caught it.
I think he was just a little split attention-wise. So the 6'5" left-handed hitter Olson stays alive. 1-2. They go inside with a sinker and just miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And again, just like to Marcell Ozuna, it's scary to get in there to a big power hitter. Obviously, Olson has a ton of power. Jose Berrios goes in there with the fastball, just misses off the plate.
Righty kicks and delivers. High fastball, a little bit too high. Olson lays off almost right out of the hand. Full count. 54 long balls for Matt Olson last year, led the majors. 25 this year in a season that's a down season for him, but a great one for many others. 3-2. Outside with the changeup, ball 4. Olson's going to take a walk, and there are runners on first and second with 2 outs.
I don't mind that pitch right there. A 3-2 pitch with an open bag, 2 outs. Throw that changeup there, see if he's out in front, a little rollover, but it was a ball out of the hand, and Matt Olson really took it the whole way.
So with 2 on now and 2 out in the bottom of the first, Ramon Laureano tries to make a big swing in this scoreless game. Right-handed hitter, batting .248 on the year. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball through the legs of Alejandro Kirk, foul, 0-1. Laureano spent most of his career with the Oakland A's, split the back half of last year and the front half of this year with the Cleveland Guardians and now with the Braves, and really starting to look like himself from early in his career again. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball hit deep but foul. 0-2.
Yeah, he was a good player early on with the A's. Obviously showing off that cannon arm with that famous play.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I really think he got a lot of attention for what he was doing in the field, but probably a better offensive player than many remember. Those were good A's teams. 0-2 pitch. Check swing. No, he did go around, says Malachi Moore. Strike 3 on the strike-to-ball slurve, and Berrios punches out Laureano to make it a scoreless bottom of the first. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. No score, Blue Jays and Braves. We go to the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Surrender your mind and body to the rhythm of electronic dance music on SiriusXM. EDM hits and sets from the world's top DJs are on BPM Channel 52. Drop into a 24/7 global house party thrown by superstar DJ and tastemaker Diplo on
Diplo's Revolution,
Channel 53. Or decompress and unwind to the down-tempo and deep house grooves on SiriusXM Chill. Listen to all of these and more dance channels across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis.
What's up, baseball fans? Thanks for hanging out with us for this Toronto Blue Jays matchup. Really appreciate you guys being here and chatting it up. Please take a second to smash that like button down below. Hit that thumbs up for us. It helps bring more fans into the chat and helps the channel grow. The more likes, the better. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's go Blue Jays. Finish strong.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Manchester United turn it round. All on your radio home for the beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19-plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, Blue Jays and Braves, with Spencer Horwitz leading off for Toronto against Spencer Schwellenbach. It's 4, 5, 6 in the Blue Jay order. Will Wagner and Alejandro Kirk will hit this inning as well. Horwitz, the first baseman today, batting .259, the pitch. Backdoor breaking ball, strike 1. Schwellenbach all over the zone in the first inning, threw only 8 pitches. His 0-1. Just misses below the knees.
Yeah, he's a really polished rookie, 24 years old. And like I said earlier, 19 walks in 92 2/3 innings. That's pretty impressive.
1-1. Swing and a line drive, right field line, hooking, foul, 1-2. And you had mentioned earlier how little he's pitched in the minor leagues in his career. And part of that had to do with right after he was drafted in 2021, he ended up having Tommy John surgery, and so he missed all of the 2022 season. But also, he didn't really pitch a whole lot before being a professional. He pitched in high school, as many star players do. They're going to play both sides of the field. But when he went to Nebraska, he played mostly shortstop for his first 2 college seasons, then became a two-way player, won Big Ten Player of the Year and the John Olerud for Best Two-Way Player, John Olerud Award for Best Two-Way Player in college baseball. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball off the bat of Horwitz, deep center field. Harris going back at the track, runs out of room, home run. 10th of the season for Spencer Horwitz. Picked the deepest part of the yard, and he puts the Blue Jays on top 1-0.
Well, that ball just kept going and going. I thought Michael Harris had a beat on it, but that was just a hanging slider, kind of at the bottom of the zone. Not a terrible pitch. But Spencer Horowitz, so good at using the big part of the field, just hammers that thing over the fence in center field.
How about the furthest hit ball of the season for Spencer Horowitz? 420 feet to dead center field. Blue Jays up 1-0, and now Will Wagner slices one foul to the left.
Was Jacob deGrom not a shortstop in college?
I think you're right. I couldn't tell you
at Stetson,
100%,
I believe.
but I think you're right. And it happens. Trevor Hoffman was a position player. Chris LaRue was a position player in college. Will Wagner swings it again, slices it foul, 0-2.
Well, my career and Jacob deGrom's career, very different.
In some ways. In some ways. Both pitched in New York.
We sure did.
1-0 Blue Jays, no outs, top of the second. And the 0-2 to Wagner. Fouled back, but it was dropped by the catcher d'Arnaud, so Wagner's still alive. But yeah, for Schwellenbach, it's remarkable how refined he seems as a rookie with just how little he's pitched at a high level. Braves, though, keep doing this. Here's the 0-2. High, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I mean, when you have homegrown products like Schwellenbach, Fried, if Strider was healthy, certainly he'd be in this rotation. It's going to go a long way.
I mean, if you look at just this season, he pitched 6 games.
1-2 outside, 2-2.
In Rome, which is high A for the Braves. And then he pitched 2 games at Double A Mississippi Braves, which is the Southern League. And the rest of the season, he's been in the big leagues. This guy has 2 career starts in Double A.
2-2. Swing and a line drive left center. That's down for a hit in the gap, although it's cut off by Kelnick. It'll be a single for Wagner. Back-to-back hits for the Blue Jays.
Pretty impressive swing right there. Going the other way. A fastball left over the middle at 97 miles an hour. Will Wagner again just sticks the bat out, gets the barrel to it. I mean, he's been so impressive.
And you never seem to have Will Wagner down and out in an at-bat. That one starts 0-2, and he finds a way. Pitch now to Alejandro Kirk. Swing and a pop-up just back of the second baseman, Williams. It's Laureano coming in right field to make the catch. 1 out.
I mean, we're talking about Spencer Schwellenbach being a polished youngster as a starting pitcher, but how about Will Wagner being so polished as such a green big leaguer as well?
For Wagner, only his 21st major league game. Was 309 before that hit. Now he's batting somewhere in the 310s. 1 on, 1 out, 1-0 Blue Jays. Top of the second. Addison Barger's going to hit for Toronto. The pitch. Called strike on the inner third, 0-1.
2 career starts in Double A, and he comes up and just dominates the big leagues. That is absurd.
It's crazy. I mean, you think about Alek Manoah as a parallel, who only made a handful of starts in the minors in general, but he did pitch in AAA at least. Next pitch to Barger, hits the outside corner, strike 2. And sometimes guys skip AAA, but typically then they've been phenomenal, maybe for half a season or more at Double-A. Not the case with Schwellenbach. Righties 0-2 to Barger. Foul tip, strike 3. Pounded the fastball down and in, and now back-to-back outs recorded by the righty.
Yeah, that was almost like Max Fried last night to right-handed hitters, just pounding that fastball down and in. Schwellenbach does that to a left-handed hitter down and in to Addison Barger. That is a tough pitch to hit.
2 down, 1-0 Blue Jays over Braves. And with Will Wagner on first base, the first pitch to one of the more experienced batters in this lineup, Ernie Clement, goes outside, 1-0. 120th game of the season for Clement. Right on right, the 1-0 pitch. Called strike, cutter at the knees. Clement hitting .260 on the season, 19 doubles, 2 triples, and 11 home runs. 1-1. Swing and a ground ball, foul, just missed the third base bag, 1-2. Between AAA and the majors last year, Clement hit 12 home runs on the season, 11 of those in AAA. next long ball would match last season, and that was a lot with Buffalo. 1-2. Check swing. Breaking ball was down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just saw Spencer Horwitz hit his 10th home run of the season to start this inning. I don't think many, myself included, would have penciled in Clement or Horwitz for double-digit home runs in the majors this year. 2-2. Swing and a high pop-up, foul territory first base side. Olsen camped right near Mark Budzinski, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Blue Jays on the board, though, a run on 2 hits. It's a solo homer from Spencer Horwitz that gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneider's Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or 7th-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Francis kicks and delivers. Called strike 3, 95.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home half of the second inning at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Blue Jays up on the Braves 1-0. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jose Berrios on the rubber. His pitch to Jared Kelenic. Swing and a miss. Sinker fooled Kelenic, 0-1.
And obviously Jose Berrios is not 100%. The fastball is sitting 91, 92. He did gas up to 95 at one point, but I'm assuming that took all of his energy.
0-1. Outside at 93, 1 ball, 1 strike. If you weren't with us in the first, training staff came out to check on Berrios. He was pointing kind of to his forehead area. It brought his hat off his head for a moment. 1-1. Outside with the changeup, 2-1. We saw some shots from the Sportsnet television broadcast of Berrios talking with members of the training staff in between innings, but he's back out, appears to be okay. His 2-1. Swing and a miss. Sinker again fooled Kelenic. It's almost turning into his changeup at 90 miles an hour. It's 2-2.
It's still effective, though. A lot of downward movement to it.
2 strikeouts in the first, but 2 base runners allowed by Berrios also. His 2-2. Swing and a ground ball on the change, hooked foul to the right. He has left that changeup up a little bit to start this start.
Yeah, he really hasn't got it down at all. I think he's thrown about 4 in this ball game, and every single one of them, especially to Travis d'Arnaud, has been left either up or out.
d'Arnaud doubled on the change for the lone Braves hit of the day. 1-0 Blue Jays. Nobody out. Bottom of the second inning. Bases empty. Kelenic, a .233 hitter, steps back into the box. Berrios set. And the right on left pitch. Swing and a foul back into the screen right behind home plate. First year with the Braves for Jared Kelenic. 18 doubles, 14 home runs. 2-2. Slurve hit foul. I saw a column in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution talking about some of the disappointment this year with Kelenic and He's been a top prospect for a while who hasn't put it all together for long stretches. But when the Braves acquired him, they did acquire 5 years of control over Jared Kelenic. 2-2. Slurve inside, good take, ball 3.
Yeah, you look at his numbers, not bad. I mean, when you think of the fact that he has 5 more years of control, those numbers are hopefully going to tick up a little bit.
2018 6th overall pick by the Mets. Spent time with the Mariners, now with the Braves. 3-2. Swing and a fly ball, left field line, slicing out of play.
Turning into a pretty good at-bat. About to see his 10th pitch.
2-2 count after 4 pitches, 4 foul balls since. And Berrios about to offer his 30th of the day without anybody out in the second. 3-2. Hit deep left center field, on the run low. Perfito reaches out and makes the catch just in front of the warning track. Nice play by the Blue Jays left fielder. There's 1 out.
That was actually a pretty good swing from Kelenic. A fastball up and away, almost out of the strike zone. Just sticks the bat out, gets the barrel to it. But Joey Loperfido in the gap in left center just tracks it down, makes a nice catch.
I mean, Kelenic hit that ball pretty hard, 96 miles an hour off the bat. Loperfido's been sure-handed in left and center so far for the Blue Jays. He makes a nice play and checks his positioning card as Gio Urshela comes up. The pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. 1-0 Blue Jays, 1 out, bottom of the second. First look for the former Blue Jay Urshela, who's very well traveled in the majors. Cleveland, New York, the Yankees, not the Mets. 1-0. Swing and a fly ball left field. This one shallow. Moving in, Loperfido makes the catch. 2 down. Urshela also with Minnesota, with the Angels, with the Tigers, and the Braves now. And I don't think I missed anyone in that.
I tell you what, I like Gio Urshela as a player. He's sure-handed at third base or wherever he's playing. I mean, even this season, not having a great season when you think about seasons that he's had, but he's still putting together an okay season. 250, 5 homers, 40 RBIs, 43 RBIs.
Yeah, definitely a serviceable player. Here's Orlando Arcia. 2 down, and the pitch is popped up. Right side of the infield. Horwitz, the first baseman, called off by Wagner, the second baseman, who makes the catch and ends the inning. Well, that's just what the doctor ordered. A very quick bottom of the second for Jose Berrios. And the Blue Jays still up 1-0 as we go to the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, Fixed Rate Pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about 99 right down the middle? Beats Manzardo.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Joey Loperfido leading off for the Blue Jays, 1-0. Toronto over Atlanta. And the pitch from Spencer Schwellenbach is a breaking ball that hits the inside edge, strike 1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays up 1-0 thanks to the leadoff blast in the second from Spencer Horwitz. The 0-1. Swing and a grounder, hooked foul, 0-2. Lo Perfido batting .222 on the season between Toronto and Houston. 9 doubles, 4 triples, 4 home runs in 66 games. 0-2. Fouled back. Just clipped the high fastball, which is something that they've been working on with Lo Perfido.
Yeah, that was actually a good pitch from Schwellenbach. Man, 96 miles an hour in at the hands. That is a tough pitch to even make contact with.
.2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Curveball broke below the zone. Lo Perfido swings over top of it, and it's Schwellenbach's second strikeout of the game.
He is really polished. You can tell he knows exactly what he's doing out there with the fastball, with the off-speed stuff. Even the cutter is pretty good from Schwellenbach.
You wonder where all of that velocity comes from. It's a little bit of an unassuming frame from Schwellenbach, 6'1", 200 pounds. It's pitched now to Nathan Lucas. Strike 1 with the heater.
Tell you what, he looks like a shortstop.
He does. He's got some curly blonde hair peeking out of the back of his cap. His 0-1. Swinging a line drive, and that's going to get down in right center field, a base hit. Horwitz had earned one on his first swing in the first inning, but Michael Harris took it away. That time, no one could get to the line drive over the second baseman. And for Lucas, it's just another hit. He's now 8 for 17 on the season.
Yeah, a little split finger that was a little bit too much in the zone. Nathan Lucas does a good job, though, staying back, just flicking those hands through the zone, hitting a good line drive up the middle.
Lucas now chatting with Matt Olson, who will play his step off the first base bag with the left-handed hitter Dalton Varsho up. Pitch from Schwellenbach. Swing and a fly ball, left field line, slicing into the corner. Long run for Kelnick, and he runs out of room. Foul out of play, 0-1. This third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Hensel and Lambton Shores, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Lucas on first, Varsho at the plate, 1 out, 1-0 Blue Jays. From the stretch, Schwellenbach's pitch. Swing and a liner up the middle and laced into center field. Lucas stops at second, Varsho up to first. He tattooed that ball 105 up the middle.
That was a great swing. Travis d'Arnaud is set up on the inside part of the plate, almost off the plate inside, and Schwellenbach left that thing right over the middle. Dalton Varsho did not miss it.
That was a booming sound off the bat for Dalton Varsho. And now the Blue Jays with a pair of hits in back-to-back innings. And now they set up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. first and second, 1 out. Pitch from Schwellenbach. Called strike. Cutter on the outside edge, 0-1. It's pretty gutsy for a rookie. He kicked the knee up while looking at the runner at second with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate and made a perfect pitch. 0-1. Outside.
He did it again.
I mean, if you do it
once. Not as obvious the second time. That first time was pretty long, staring at second base with that leg in the air.
I could be wrong, Spencer, but I wouldn't worry too much about them stealing with Vladdy at the plate. 1-1. Swing and a bouncer foul, 1-2. He has kept a lot of attention on Lucas once again, looking at the lead runner as he was getting ready to deliver home. And is dealing with a .327 batter in Guerrero. 40 doubles, 28 homers, and 93 RBIs. 1-2. Inside. Vladdy knocked in the lone Blue Jays run yesterday on an RBI groundout. Next offering. Hit off the end of the bat, foul right side. Outside shot for Guerrero that he could flirt with the 2021 RBI total of 111. It would take a big run. 2-2. Swing and a high chopper to short. Charging in Arcia, picks it, flips to second, one over to first. Double play, and that will end the inning. 6-4-3. The Braves turn it and erase the threat after the Blue Jays came up with back-to-back hits. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. 1-0 Blue Jays, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is John Palmarosi. Coming up on the next episode of the SiriusXM podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Todd Helton.
Just making it to the World Series in Colorado meant so much more to me than winning a World Series somewhere else.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcast.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off PGA Tour Radio. Hear from the biggest names in the sport.
Champion golfer of the year is Xander Schauffele.
I think best round of golf ever in my life.
Listen to special shows from people who love the game, like rock and roll legend Alice Cooper.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt.
And get help with your own game.
You'll get through your iron shots and have predictable distance.
It's all golf, all the time, on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Blue Jays over the Atlanta Braves at Truist Park. Luke Williams digging into the righty box. Second baseman for the Braves, about to lead off the bottom of the third against Jose Berrios. 9-1-2 for Atlanta this inning. Berrios' pitch to the right-handed hitter. Fastball inside, ball 1. 31st game of the season for the blonde-haired middle infielder Williams. Batting .152, 2 doubles, no homers, 2 RBIs. 1-0 pitch is bounced over the mound up the middle. Fielded on the wrong side of second by Wagner. Long throw to first, and it pops out of the glove of Horwitz. Throw was tailing into the runner, and I didn't think there was any contact there, but maybe even the threat of the contact contributed to that ball squirting away.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a tough play. Will Wagner fielded that baseball on the left side, the third base side of second base. He had to throw across his body, and Luke Williams has a little bit of speed, so he almost had to rush it, and he throws it up the line just a little bit. Spencer Horwitz probably should have made that play.
They do rule it a hit for Williams. He's on first, no outs, and the pitch to Michael Harris outside, ball 1.
I agree with that. That was a tough play for Will Wagner.
I think if Williams isn't as fast, maybe not, but the speed created a little bit of rush in that play.
I tell you what, though, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. makes that play.
At first?
At first base.
I think so, but Horwitz was pulling away from the contact, I think, as the throw goes over to first and Williams dives in. It is tough because you can't really see the runner as the first baseman.
Scary play for a first baseman.
Yeah. Horwitz did just pick off throw bounce to keep Williams at first. Now the 1-0 to Michael Harris the second. Hit back behind the plate, foul, 1-1. For Michael Harris, it's a 6th straight start in the leadoff spot. That's been a bit of a revolving door for the Braves this year, mostly due to injury, whether it's Ronald Acuna or Harris being hurt for a bit. 1-1. Swing and a miss at a changeup away, 1-2. Jared Kelenic even filled in at one point, but the Braves are happy to have Harris back there. He's at 286 as the top of the order hitter over the last 5 games. Kind of your traditional leadoff guy, decent contact and a lot of speed. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball left field. Backing up, Lo Perfido at the track makes the catch about halfway on that track between the grass and the wall. Williams retreats to first, 1 out.
Well, that was another elevated changeup from Jose Berrios. Michael Harris just missed that thing, almost made him pay. But he's really going to have to start getting on top of that changeup if he wants to get some ground balls, some swing and misses. That is a dangerous location for a changeup right there.
Probably his worst location of the day came to the guy who's up right now, Travis d'Arnaud, who hit a changeup elevated for a double in the first. 1 on, 1 out the pitch. Outside ball 1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Timbermart always has someone on deck to help you with any home improvement projects. Before you begin renovating, visit the team at Timbermart. They've got the know-how to make sure you come out swinging on your next project. Timbermart, Canada's building center. 1-0. Called strike. I'm Ben Shulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host. He and Daniele Franceschi will have Blue Jays talk after the game. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. A breath and the 1-1. Right on the outside corner again, 1-2. d'Arnaud looks down to third base for signs from Matt Tuiasosopo. Tom Goodwin coaches first base for the Braves. Berrios with a peek at first and a set at the belt. Righty kicks and fires. Just missed below the knees with a sinker.
Tuiasosopo was a Charlotte Knights legend, Chicago White Sox AAA team.
How does one become a Charlotte Knights legend?
It's not that hard. It's a bandbox. You could hit a lot of home runs there, but he loved hitting there.
2-2. Low and away ball 3.
He was also there for a long time.
He had some time in the majors, though. 2013, played a decent bit with Detroit. A little time with Seattle in the late 2000s, early 2010s. And 3 games with the Atlanta Braves in 2016.
There you go. That's the connection.
That's all you need. Full count, 1 out. Luke Williams on first and a throw over to first. Williams dives back in. Horwitz tags him on the waist. He's safe. Second time they've checked on Williams, the base runner who has 1 stolen base in the majors this year in 30 games. Berrios looking at the ball as he steps back on the hill. Twists and peeks at first, and now the 3-2 pitch to Travis d'Arnaud. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Runner takes off for second. Throwdown is late. But they do get d'Arnaud. Williams with a stolen base, and now 2 outs and a runner on second.
Good pitch from Jose Berrios. Good fastball. 94. Travis d'Arnaud was way behind it, but Luke Williams got a great jump at first base. Alejandro Kirk really no chance to throw him out. That was actually a pretty good throw.
It was right on the money to Wagner, who was positioning his glove for the tag, but Williams was almost popping up out of his slide by the time the ball got there. So he's on second. Marcell Ozuna's up. It's 1-0 Blue Jays. 2 outs, bottom of the third. First pitch hit foul, 0-1. Well, Marcell Ozuna grabs a lot of headlines for the power in his bat. Probably going to hit 40 homers this year. He entered today 1 point off of the lead in the National League in batting average. 0-1. Swing and a ground ball to short. Backhanded by Clement. Looks at the ball, throws over to first, and beats Ozuna to end the inning. Jose Berrios strands the leadoff single and keeps it 1-0 Blue Jays. Go into the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's a beautiful day for a baseball game, folks. And just like the boys of summer keep their gear in top shape, you can keep your stuff safe with Access Storage.
Yeah, that's right, Jim. Whether you're storing your extra bats, mitts, or even that classic collection of baseball cards, Access Storage has you covered.
Sounds like a grand slam to me.
Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan is your destination for Canadian football. Be listening Thursday mornings for a look at the games to come and Monday mornings for a recap of all the action. Get up to date with the Canadian Football Report, brought to you by Securian Canada. the official life insurance partner of the CFL. For more than 65 years, Securian Canada's insurance solutions have been helping Canadians build secure tomorrows. For more information, visit securiancanada.ca.
Fight the snack attack. Subway's new snackwitches are here, and they're just $4.
$4? I might have $4 in my purse.
Great! And they come on 4-inch ciabatta buns.
There's gotta be $4 in my kid's piggy bank.
Get a couple snackwitches, like the honey mustard ham or BLT.
Wait, Jake owes me $4. What time is it?
3 p.m.
Snack time.
Snackwitch time. Fight snack attacks with Subway's new snackwitches. Price and participation may vary. Check your app for pricing.
Oh, I just found $4 on the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fielded at second. Horwitz steps on the bag, throws to first. Double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fourth inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+, play responsibly, Ontario only. Spencer Horwitz leading off the inning, hits the first pitch foul, 0-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays up 1-0 on the Braves, and Horwitz is the one to give credit to right now. He had a 420-foot homer in the second to lead off that inning, and a little bit of a false start as he tries to lead off the fourth, but it looks like he's broken his bat swinging at the first pitch.
Yeah, I think he fouled that ball off just off the end of the bat. That was a 94-mile-an-hour pitch from Schwellenbach, but he's got some new lumber, and he's walking back to home plate.
It's tough to hit the deepest home run of your major league career and then have that bat break the next at bat. Like, you can't even use it for a little bit longer. You might like something about it. He gets an identical replacement, though, and now the 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
Same baby blue grip tape, same gray top to it.
But I know in his head it doesn't feel exactly the same, because that's what baseball players are like. 1-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Deep right field. Laureano looking up. He's done it again. Horwitz leaves the yard to right field. New bat, no problem. He's got both of the Blue Jays runs in this game. It's 2-0 Toronto.
Well, my friend, you were incorrect. Spencer Horwitz hammers that ball to right field with a different bat. Maybe a different feel, probably the same feel, but 2 home runs in this ball game off a very good pitcher.
And he hit that one a foot further than the last one, 421 feet. Absolutely smoked that pitch. That wasn't poorly located at the knees on the inner third. I mean, a lot of lefties like it down and in, but still. Pitch now to Will Wagner, and he fouls it off of his front leg and is down in a heap, 0-1.
Yeah, Spencer Horwitz basically went down and golfed that thing out of here.
Horwitz with 11 home runs now. And he's got 15 in his professional season. More than any year he's had as a pro player or when he was a college player at Radford either. He has not hit that many home runs in his season, at least since high school, and I don't even know that he did in high school.
And that last home run was probably his prettiest of the season. I know he's hit a couple pretty ones, but that one was majestic.
It's kind of either that one or the one he hit in the second.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think. Yeah. 2 multi-homer games now for Horwitz. Wagner, by the way, walking around. Training staff checked on him, but he's all right.
Will Wagner doesn't wear any protection either on the ankle or the elbow. One of those rare guys that just goes up there basically naked.
Little bit of blue wrist tape, 0-1. Swing and a line drive right center field, and it's down for a base hit. 2 bounces and into the glove of Michael Harris, the center fielder. And the 4th inning has started just as the 2nd inning did. Horwitz homer and Wagner single.
I mean, this is absurd. Horwitz is seeing the ball really well, making good swing decisions. And Will Wagner, since he's been called up, he is just hitting the ball on a line everywhere. That hanging breaking ball from Schwellenbach, he just hammers it into the gap in right field with a single.
Nobody out. Alejandro Kirk up to the plate. Schwellenbach's pitch. Down and away, ball 1. In a second, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. 2-0 Blue Jays, top of the 4th inning over Atlanta. Right on right pitch. Swing and a miss. Tight slider. Started on the inner half. Broke to the outside edge. Two starts in a row for Alejandro Kirk, who singled yesterday. 1-1. Swing and a hot shot grounder. Bounces off the stomach of Urshela. Picks it up. Throws to second one. Back to first. 5-4-3. Double play. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Rib Sanity is on now until September 8th. That's tomorrow, folks. So all you can eat ribs for just $27.99. One more day. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. Always devilishly good. Already have some AL East finals today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Yankees beat the Cubs 2-0. First pitch to Addison Barger, hit on the ground to second, backhanded by Williams, throws back to first, and Olsen comes off the bag, stretching toward home plate. So Barger's going to be safe, and I could imagine maybe they give him a base hit.
Yeah, that was a tough play from Luke Williams, going up the middle, throwing across his body. I think he thought that he didn't have enough time, and he kind of rushed the throw. Addison Barger probably would have been out if he set his feet and made a good throw across the diamond, but still a tough play.
Well, regardless of the scoring, the Braves think that Olsen was on the bag. Brian Snitker has made the headset signal, and the Braves are going to challenge this play. We're getting a look at it right now, and he might have been on the bag. It's hard. The heel definitely came off the bag, but does the toe stay on for Olsen?
Yeah, I need to see a better angle. Obviously, the call in the field is safe, so that is going to matter. I haven't seen a very good angle yet.
And this is a non-scientific way of looking at this, but Olsen went to tag Barger, and I think you usually do that as a first baseman if you know you're off the bat. He might have just been diligent. He also could be wrong, thinking he was off and he did stay on, but I think that does bode well for the Blue Jays.
And again, there has to be definitive evidence. I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, the call on the field is massively important here, and the call is safe for Barger. By the way, if it remains, they did rule it a single initially for Addison Barger.
I don't think they changed this call.
On the field stand. The runner is safe. Atlanta will lose their challenge.
So Addison Barger comes up with a base hit there. Call stands, and the inning continues.
And Addison Barger will take that base hit.
Absolutely. In part due to his hustle down the line. So Barger on first, 1 for 2 now, and Schwellenbach on 50 pitches remains out there with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. 2-0 Blue Jays. Ernie Clement up. And the pitch. Swing and a fly ball, center field, going back to left center. Harris at the wall, leaps up, and it's off the top of the wall and down in left center. Around third and in to score is Barger. Stopping at second, Clement. An RBI double, nearly a home run. It's 3-0 Blue Jays.
Yeah, that was a double off the wall by about 3 feet. And it looked like Michael Harris was calling for that ball. And then the ball just kept going and going and going, and Ernie Clement ends up with an RBI and a double.
Harris is a great defender. That just hit about as high up on the wall without actually being on the top of it as you're going to get.
I also think that Ernie Clement thought that he got it.
At Rogers Center, he would have. It's pretty deep out there to left center, 385 at Truist Park. First pitch to Joey Loperfido, cut on and missed, strike 1.
He took a long look at that thing before he started running hard to first base.
Still made it to second, though, for his 20th double. 3-0 Blue Jays. Runner on second, 2 outs, top of the 4th. 0-1. In the dirt, bounces past d'Arnaud, and Clement scoots up to third. Let's go back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard quickly. Mentioned that the Yankees downed the Cubs today. New York now 82-60, and I believe it's their 32nd winning season in a row now, secured by the Yankees, which is the second longest streak in their franchise's history. 1-1 pitch to Joey Loperfido, the left-handed batter. Swing and a liner, left center field, down in the gap. Clement jogs home. Loperfido chugging for second base. Throw comes in, and it bounces away from Williams, the second baseman. Loperfido asks for time. He's got an RBI double, and the Blue Jays are up 4-0.
And that challenge at first base ended up being huge. 2 outs in the inning. Addison Barger looked like he could have been out at first base, and the Blue Jays have added 2 more runs after that challenge. What a nice swing from Joey Loperfido, taking a 4-seam fastball basically down the middle and just hammering it the other way.
The Blue Jays with 3 straight hits with 2 outs, 3 extra base hits, and 5 hits total in this inning. And now it's going to be the stand-in pitching coach, Eric Abreu, who's taken over on a temporary basis midway through this season, talking to the rookie Schwellenbach.
He's just throwing a lot of hittable pitches down the middle, probably pitches that he doesn't normally throw, but you have to give credit to the Blue Jays offense. They are making him pay.
Schwellenbach has been absolutely dominant recently. His last start wasn't his best, but still 5 2/3, 2 earned against the Philadelphia Phillies. Today, though, 4 earned runs in 3 2/3 innings so far. Nathan Lucas back up for the Blue Jays. Runner on second, 2 outs in the pitch. Strike 1. Backdoor slider. Lucas 1 for 2 today. 2 hard line drives. 1 to center field that got caught on a dive, and 1 to right center that got down for a single. 0-1. Swing and a hot shot foul off the front fencing of the first base dugout. 0-2.
Looks like his beard's gotten 3 inches longer since he got called up.
It's a show beard now. It was a buffalo beard before.
He got it lined up. Maybe that's it.
There is in clubhouse barber services. 0-2. Hooked on the ground to second base right at Luke Williams. Picks it up, throws to first, and ends the inning. Blue Jays score 3 on 5 hits. Horowitz's home run starts it, but then 2 out doubles. Clement and Loperfido add to the Blue Jay lead. 4-0 Toronto, middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host today. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. 4-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the 4th, and the pitch to Matt Olson is on the outside edge. Good pitch by Jose Berrios to get ahead 0-1. Berrios walked Olson in the first, but has been dominant since. 0-1. Foul tip on a slurve that moved 3 feet. It's 0-2.
Yeah, that was his best slurve of the night. That started off the plate outside, ended up off the plate inside. Matt Olson swings wildly at it.
It's a little softer at 79, but maybe more movement because of it. 0-2. Another slurve cut on and missed. Strike 3. masterful from Berrios, who strikes out Olsen on 3 pitches.
You can see the frustration from Matt Olson walking back to that dugout, but that was 2 really good slurves in a row.
Berrios has now retired 8 of the last 9. The only guy to reach since the first inning was the infield single of Luke Williams. Pitch to Ramon Laureano. Strike 1 with another slurve.
And keep in mind, this is a huge game for the Atlanta Braves. A half a game back of that last wild card.
A 1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Entered today tied with the Mets. The Braves and Mets have been going back and forth for a while, but the Mets won a 9th straight game, beating the Reds 4-0 today. That's from the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 0-2. Low with the changeup. Laureano lays off. It's turned into a great race in the National League wild card. A 2-team race, but since August 17th, the Braves are 13-6. Only team better than them in the National League is the 14-5 Mets. Make it 15-5 now. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. And like any division rival, those teams have history, but a lot of recent history, Braves-Mets. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Gets him on the changeup. Back-to-back strikeouts this inning for Berrios.
Yeah, Berrios is really locked in now. That changeup, his best of the night, stays on top of it, stays through it. Just dips below the strike zone. Laureano swings right over the top of it.
I'm thinking about Braves-Mets. You just go back 2 years ago. Both 100-game winners. Mets led the division a lot of the year, and the Braves beat them head-to-head a ton down the stretch. Jared Kelenic takes strike 1. And they still have one more series coming up, and they're tied 5-5 in the season series right now.
It's good for baseball if the Mets are in it, if the Braves are in it.
0-1. Called inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the next closest team, you're looking at the Cubs 5.5 away, so it would take a lot. But it's by far the tightest race in baseball you're talking about between in or out of the playoffs, being a half-game difference right now. Backdoor breaking ball from Berrios, called strike. And after back-to-back strikeouts to start this inning, he's ahead 1-2 on Kelenic.
Although the Mets did just lose Jeff McNeil for the rest of the season.
Which is tough. Braves fans, though, would say that they have about 4 of those injuries right now. Here's the 1-2. Just inside again, 2-2. For the Braves to be in the mix with no Acuna, Riley, Albies. Strider's been out the whole year. Very impressive from Atlanta. 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3.
No need to worry, though, if you're the Braves. You have another Spencer that's been dominating up until this point.
Not today, though. The Blue Jays up 4-0. 2 homers, 4 runs in 4 innings off of Schwellenbach, the rookie. 3-2. Broken bat, line drive, right field. Lucas moves in and makes the catch shoulder high to end the inning. 1-2-3 frame for Jose Berrios. We go to the 5th. 4-0 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Sports Grid Radio on Sirius XM has you covered this NFL season.
The 49ers and Jets cap off Week 1 of the NFL season in San Francisco on Monday Night Football. The line opened with the 49ers as a 6.5-point favorite and a total of 45.5. With more line movement to come, make sure you tune in to Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio. Channel 159 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hit. Hey, Blue Jays fans, what a night. We've got the lead. Let's keep it that way. How's it going out there? Thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all chatting it up. Now, let's go, Blue Jays. Let's finish this game strong. Let's keep that lead, and let's hear it in the chat. Go, Jays, go. Let's go, Blue Jays. Come on. I want to see it in the chat. Spam it up. Go, Jays, go. Let's finish this game strong. What a night it's been so far. Let's keep it going.
Plus, hear
daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the Sirius XM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
This Tuesday is the annual Sportsnet Jays Care broadcast auction. It will feature once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that can also be won through Jays Care's add-on raffle, like a trip to Puerto Rico or tickets to the Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Visit BlueJays.com/5050. Select your add-on raffle tickets at checkout, and you could win some of the best prizes Jays Care has ever offered. Dalton Varsho leading off the fifth. Takes a strike count now 1-1. 4-0 Blue Jays. Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
And you said it before the game. This is an important game for the Blue Jays. You have Max Fried yesterday, a very tough left-handed pitcher. And then you have Chris Sale tomorrow, a very tough left-handed pitcher.
Fried went 7 innings yesterday, and the Braves in 9 innings didn't allow an earned run. Blue Jays had an unearned run against Braves pitching. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets him to chase a breaking ball in the dirt. And Varsho goes down for the first out. And when you're looking at Sale tomorrow, as good as Fried is, Sale's about a full run better in terms of ERA. And you could very easily argue that Chris Sale has been the best pitcher in baseball this year.
I mean, he is definitely vintage Chris Sale, which is very scary.
Very scary. 1 out, and the pitch now to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Called strike. A rare 0-for-2 start for Guerrero, who at .326 sits second in the American League in the batting race. 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Bobby Witt Jr., who's first, is 0-for-2 tonight as well, so he's 10 points ahead of Vlad, .336 for Witt. 1-1. Swing and a deep fly ball down the right field line gets out of play foul, 1-2.
Is it doable? Can he catch him?
So John Schneider was asked that today, and he admitted that it's long odds, but he said that he would not count out Guerrero. That sure, he has to hit around 400 the rest of the season, but he's hit around 400 since the All-Star break. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball, shallow left field, charging in Kelnick, and it gets down for a base hit. That'll help. Got completely jammed on that one, but somehow flipped it into left field. Vladdy putting up a basketball shot with his right hand, and that looked like a finger roll or a floater, more like it, into left field for a single.
Yeah, that was just a spinner out over the middle of the plate. Actually, on the inner third, Vlad got jammed because it was a backup pitch. Thought it was going to break more than it did. And, I mean, you need some of those if you're going to catch Bobby Witt Jr.
You don't hit .330 without blues. There's no way around it. Spencer Horwitz 2-for-2 today with a pair of homers. Steps up the pitch. Outside, ball 1. .4-0 Blue Jays. Guerrero on first, 1 out, top of the 5th. And the pitch. On the outside edge, strike 1. Horwitz has hit especially well against right-handed pitching this year, facing the righty starter in Schwellenbach. And it's an interesting wrinkle when you think about where he could fit next year. 1-1. In the dirt, 2-1. Horwitz not playing a lot of second anymore, mostly at first and DH now. But maybe with how prolific he is against righty, there's an opportunity to use him in somewhat of a platoon role in 2025, even if he's not an everyday guy. Entered today with an .850 OPS against right-handed pitching this season, and that's gone up with 2 home runs. 2-1. Swing and a fly ball. Deep right field. Going back Laureano. It's off the base of the wall and rolling on the track. Guerrero up to third. They give him the wave. Relay throw to the plate. Not in time. Horwitz going to third as that one skips away from the plate. It's an RBI double for Horwitz, and it's 5-0 Blue Jays. He is on fire tonight.
Well, it's really difficult for me to think of Spencer Horwitz as not an everyday player. I think that he has the ability to be an everyday player. Is it with the Blue Jays? Who knows? But he was about 2 or 3 feet away from his 3rd home run of the ball game, his 12th home run of the season. What a swing. He continues to put on a show.
A heads-up play to break for third as that throw went into the plate. Ball actually got to d'Arnaud, but as he went to swipe a tag, it rolled out of his glove. Now Will Wagner up, runner on third, 1 out. 5-0 Blue Jays. The pitch. Swing and a soft bouncer first base line. It's going to stay fair. Horwitz will come in to score. Olsen picks it up and tags Wagner. 6-0 Blue Jays, and now 2 down. And I guess the reason I brought up platoon for Horwitz is just with them not really playing him at second anymore, I wondered where he fits in on the defensive side with Guerrero, at least for now, being a first baseman.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a valid point. I think you just have to think about what's going to happen in the offseason. That's really all it comes down to. Who do they sign? Where does he fit? I mean, but he is a great player, and I think he should be an everyday player, at least somewhere in the big leagues.
First pitch to Alejandro Kirk, called strike 0-1. It's 6-0 Blue Jays, and Horwitz has driven in half of those runs with 2 homers and a double. 2 outs, base is empty. Schwellenbach kicks and fires. Swing and a ground ball hit right to the shortstop Barcia. Up with it and the throw to first in time to end the inning. 2 more runs for the Blue Jays on 2 more hits. The Guerrero single, the Horwitz double, the Wagner RBI ground out, and it's 6-0 Blue Jays, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the sound of where you've been and who you are. And SiriusXM has channels for every era of classic country. New Millennium hits are on Y2 Country, channel 57. The 80s and 90s play all day, every day on Prime Country, channel 58. And Willie's Roadhouse, channel 61 is honky tonk heaven. Classic country curated by the legend Willie Nelson. Listen to all these and more across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Sunday Drive is your home for the 2024 regular season.
Caught for the touchdown!
This is Steve Torrey. Join me and Bill Leckus every Sunday at noon Eastern as we take you live to every game, every touchdown, and every key moment.
Bucs take the lead with 9 seconds left.
Plus, reporters from every game, fantasy updates, and guests live from the locker room.
49ers tight end George Kittle.
Catch the NFL Sunday Drive every Sunday at noon Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
What's next?
Welcome to the Timber Mark broadcast booth. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. 6-0. The Blue Jays lead the Braves. Bottom of the 5th inning at Truist Park, and Jose Berrios pitching well and pitching with a pretty nice cushion, too.
Yeah, he's really figured it out over the last couple of innings, just really throwing strikes. Even that slider, that slurve that we saw to Matt Olson, pretty gross.
41 pitches over the last 3 innings for Berrios, 61 on the day. His pitch to Gio Urshela is inside, ball 1. 7, 8, 9 right now in the Braves order. Berrios' next pitch will match his total from his last start. 1-0. Fastball zips over for strike 1. And whatever was going on with his forehead or head in general in the first inning, we haven't seen any of that since. 1-1. Swing and a line drive right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Leadoff single Urshela.
Although, like I mentioned earlier, the fastball velocity is just a little bit down. That first fastball to Gio was 91. That one right there that he slammed into right field was 92. I mean, not alarming, but definitely not the 93 to 95 that we're used to.
You wonder, too, the midweek, how different that was for Berrios when he was dealing with that illness. John Schneider did say that it was a bit of a lighter side session than usual in between his starts, and that some of their veterans aren't throwing as much between starts at this point in the year. Pitch to Orlando Arcia. Fastball right at the knees, strike one. Is that pretty typical that a lot of guys are going to scale back a little bit of their in-between work as the year goes on?
Oh, man, I scaled back in, like, June.
0-1 pitch hit foul, 0-2.
I think most guys – actually, I was watching Aaron Nola's bullpen the other day, and I was just literally just standing there watching. And he threw a lot of pitches, and in my head, I'm just like, why are you throwing so many pitches, man? It's the middle of September, but he is just a guy that throws a ton of pitches, a ton of innings. He's used to it.
0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. I mean, he's a horse. He's a Berrios level type of innings. I don't want to say eater because they're both good pitchers, but innings collector. Runner on first, no outs. Berrios' 1-2 pitch. Arcia takes it down and away, ball 2.
I would say most starting pitchers throw 25 to 30 pitches during a side. September, I mean, some guys might just skip the side, right? They throw a flat ground or something like that. But Aaron Nola, I bet, threw 50, 60 pitches.
2-2 pitch hit foul, third baseline, still 2-2. And it's just your arm's warm enough. You don't want to put any added stress on it, that kind of stuff.
Right. And especially if you're not in the playoffs. I mean, you don't want to put too much pressure on your arm. You want to scale back. You want to be healthy for next season. All those things.
Berrios' 70th pitch. Hit on the ground, third base side of the mound. Berrios is going to field it, and the throw on to first is a strike for the first out of the inning. Up to second base goes Urshela. Still 6-0 Blue Jays.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life is throwing you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count. Call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
Two big pieces of injury news that I wanted to get to. One, yesterday we didn't have time for. Mentioned a lot about Bo Bichette, but didn't talk about Jordan Romano. First, it's Luke Williams, the 9-hitter for the Braves up. 1 out, runner on second. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. Blue Jays did reveal yesterday that while Jordan Romano is not shut down, he is still throwing. They are not looking to bring him back this season. That time has run out on him pitching in the majors, so he will keep throwing and progress to have a regular offseason. 1-0. Swing and a foul back, 1-1.
I tell you what, I am glad they're not rushing him back. I thought that would be probably the worst decision by this Blue Jays front office if they were trying to rush him back. There is no need to rush him back. Now, Bo Bichette, different story. Don't rush him, but if he's ready, he needs to be in the lineup.
1-1. Check swing, called strike, 1-2. Bo Bichette, we had mentioned yesterday, likely starts rehab after this series. We'll see, and they said about 4 or 5 days probably of rehab. A little DH, a little short for Bichette. But some interesting injury news on the Braves side as well. 1-2 pitch. Williams lifts it to shallow right field. Sprinting in Lucas, and he gets there in time to make the catch. Urshela sticks at second, 2 down. So yesterday, Whit Merrifield returned from a couple-day absence after he was hit in the head by a pitch, and he fouled a ball off of his foot and exited yesterday's game in the 7th inning. John Schneider had mentioned, as the media assembled today, that Merrifield fractured at least something in his foot, if not fractured his foot. But it's I believe the wording he used, and I could be wrong, was stable fracture, so it won't get worse by Merrifield playing on it. So it looks like Whit Merrifield is going to attempt to play the rest of the season for the Braves on a broken foot, which is just remarkable.
Well, we know that Whit is tough.
Yes.
I didn't know he was that tough.
I don't think you find out that many guys are that tough. As Jose Berrios and Alejandro Kirk are having a little meeting on the mound here before Michael Harris comes up. You know, the years, he's more in the back end of his career with Merrifield. He's on a team with a chance to make the playoffs, and with Kansas City, didn't have many of those opportunities. Obviously did in both years with the Blue Jays. Give him a ton of credit. Not in the lineup today, but trying to stick it out, it appears.
Well, he needs a day.
Yes, he could take a couple. Pitch to Michael Harris. No, it's going to be a turn and throw to second. Ernie Clement catches it behind the second base bag. That was kind of a weird one. Urshela dives back in and crawls back up to his feet.
And Gio Urshela and Jose Berrios are having a ton of fun out there. Gio yelling something at Jose. Jose yelling at something at Gio, but both of them have smirks on their face.
I've faced plenty of times. Never were teammates, Urshela and Berrios. Pitch now to Harris outside, ball 1. (6-0) Blue Jays. Urshela on second, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. The 1-0. Swing and a grounder, right side, fair ball. It just gets inside the bag and rolls off the retaining wall in right field. Lucas Bearhansen throws to second, and they got Harris at second, but not before the run comes in to score. Urshela scores on that single. For now, it's a single with Harris caught out trying to make it into a double. And the Braves are at least thinking about this one, but it looks like play is going to continue. So that will end the inning. The Braves on the board on the RBI hit by Harris, but Nathan Lucas delivers to second base for an outfield assist, and it's 6-1 Blue Jays after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
September 25th.
We're going in.
Chicago Wednesday returns on City TV.
Police, get back!
We all face fear.
Crazy upside-down world out there.
But only heroes run towards it.
If someone is in trouble, you do whatever you gotta do to help them.
You do what it takes. You're gonna be okay. We got you now.
Chicago Med, Fire and PD. New season's premiere September 25th on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leaps, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 6th inning about to start at Truist Park. Braves got on the board in the 5th, so it's now 6-1 for the Blue Jays. Addison Barger to lead off for Toronto, 1 for 2 on the day. The pitch. Downstairs, ball 1. New pitcher into the ballgame for the Braves is the sidewinding left-hander Aaron Bummer. Takes over after a tough 5-inning outing for Spencer Schwellenbach. 1-0. Down low, 2-0. For Bummer, his 49th game of the season, a 3.5 ERA. First year as a Brave after 7 seasons with the Chicago White Sox. 2-0. Called strike.
What last name do you like more, Blewett or Bummer?
I like, in the context of being a reliever, I still have to go with Blewett.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's about as bad as it gets, but Bummer's not great. 2-1 pitch, and Barger fouls it off of the toes on his front right foot, 2-2.
I can only imagine what the fans yell at him when they're, in New York or wherever, Philadelphia. Probably wears his jacket a lot.
Yeah. The relievers get recognized a little bit more than the starters. Maybe not a bad time to have your name be a little less known. 2-2. Outside ball 3. Bummer's the lead lefty for the Braves out of this bullpen. They also have Dylan Lee. Full count offering to Barger. Called strike 3. Tough break for Barger. That pitch was low. But he's rung up on it for the first out.
Yeah, that was a tough matchup and not a great call there. That ball was well below the strike zone. A good take from Addison Barger, but he gets rung up for strike 3.
Just a tilt to the head from Barger, and he walked back to the dugout. Now Ernie Clement up, swings at the first pitch and hits it foul off of the catcher d'Arnaud. 0-1. So I mentioned Bummer, a career White Sox until this year. Actually, a Red Sox draft pick. Called strike nothing at 2. Or pardon me, a White Sox draft pick. He was picked 19th round in 2014. Came up in 2017 and was really, really effective until last year. 0-2. Clement reaches out and pokes it foul right side. You take Bummer from 2017 to 2022, and he had an earned run average of .303 in over 220 appearances, and then it just kind of veered off the tracks last year. Almost a 7 ERA on a rough White Sox team.
I mean, he did walk a lot of guys. 36 walks in 58 innings. That's a high clip.
Much better this season in that department. 16 walks. Next pitch to Clement is hit on the ground to third. On the run, it's picked up by Urshela. Throw to first. 2 down.
Gio's so smooth over there. That was actually a tough play. Made it look a lot easier on that short hop. Makes the throw across the diamond right to the chest of Matt Olson. I like Gio over there.
Very talented defender at third. Has even played a smidge of shortstop in his time, and he's made a lot of plays today. 2 down, Joey Loperfido up. 6-1 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th. Left on left the pitch. Low ball 1. So Bummer coming off a career low point this year, and the Braves in the offseason traded a lot of guys to pick him up. 1-0. Swing and a grounder to first. Olson backhands, flips back to Bummer, who pitches a clean 1-2-3. Top of the 6th. Blue Jays still up 6-1 as we go to the bottom half in Atlanta. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NFL season is here, and Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you win.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
From tough lineup decisions to waiver wire advice to so much more.
In this running back economy, you cannot afford to drop a running back.
Our experts will help you dominate.
I think there's value there on Austin Eckler, especially in PPR formats.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy football all season long. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app. If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio. From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to waiver wire advice, injury updates, and so much more.
You cannot afford to drop a running back.
Our experts will help you dominate.
I think there's value there on Austin Eckler in PPR formats.
Set your lineup with Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy football all season long. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
While you're listening to this game on Sirius XM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 159.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the Sirius XM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on Sirius XM.
Network.
Bottom of the 6th, Blue Jays up 6-1 on the Atlanta Braves, and Jose Berrios back out on the mound for Toronto. The righty has been dominant so far today, just surrendering 1 run right at the end of the 5th. And he's only on 76 pitches as he goes out for a 6th inning of work. His pitch to Travis d'Arnaud, time was called just before. Berrios still delivers, but the pitch won't count. And it was actually Alejandro Kirk that had asked for time. His PitchCom device, I believe, was not working completely, so he goes out to the mound, and the Blue Jays get a new piece of technology.
I'm wondering if he knew what pitch was coming.
I don't think he did, and maybe it's, I don't know, you've pitched and caught. I think it's best case scenario that it was a slurve when he didn't know what was coming.
Oh, yeah, because you can recognize it out of the hand, and as soon as he sees that little hump to it, he's like, all right, it's a slurve, and he can catch it. But if it's a fastball, good luck. I've seen catchers get hit in the mask because they have no idea a fastball is coming.
They are getting the new PitchCom device out there, and the pitch does not count. So d'Arnaud's still waiting. Travis d'Arnaud, a Blue Jays minor league player from 2009 to 2012. Spent a large part of his career with the Mets after Toronto traded him in the R.A. Dickey deal. A little bit of time with the Dodgers and the Rays, and now a good portion with the Atlanta Braves.
He just opened up a pretty good facility with his brother Chase in Long Beach. It's like one of the best baseball facilities, indoor baseball facilities I've ever seen.
Thinking about the future. Got to do something after baseball.
I don't think he needs to.
No, he doesn't. First pitch to d'Arnaud, called strike 0-1. He is one of the better off backup catchers in baseball. He's not a true backup, but when things are going right, Sean Murphy gets the majority of the load. 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Clearly the Braves valuing d'Arnaud, giving him a 1-year, $8 million deal with an option for another 8 next year.
Is it a player option or a team option?
Team option.
I think they'll take it.
0-2. Bounced 1-2. Yeah, I would think so. And I don't know that originally Alex Anthopoulos would have planned to, but Sean Murphy's had a bit of a tough year. And you could rest on the salary that you're paying Murphy, but if you want to guarantee production, you bring both back. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball, left center field. Loperfido jogging back, waves off Varsho, and just on the edge of the warning track, brings it in for the first out.
And you might think that if he becomes a free agent, let's say that the Braves decline that option, which they won't, I don't think, he might get more than that as a free agent.
It's possible. I do wonder what a team like the Blue Jays would think. It would be quite a full circle moment for a guy that was at one point the Blue Jays' top prospect, and I believe at a peak the second prospect in baseball behind Bryce Harper. Here's Marcell Ozuna now, the pitch. Called strike 0-1. But like you said, I feel like the expectation is that the Braves bring him back.
Yeah.
d'Arnaud's been a Brave since 2020. 0-1. Swing and a weak fly ball, right field. Actually backs up Lucas a bit, but 20 feet in front of the track, he makes the catch, 2 down.
Well, Jose Berrios missed his spot just a little bit. They wanted that fastball away, and it kind of ran in on the hands of Ozuna, but that's a great pitch. Like I said earlier, it's scary to go in on guys like that because you don't want to leave one out over the middle of the plate, but that was a good pitch running in on the hands of Ozuna, and he just made an awkward swing and hit a weak fly ball.
So 2 quick outs for Jose Berrios in the inning. Base is empty. 6-1 Blue Jays, and Matt Olson is up. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Dive by Wagner and a dive by Clement, but it sneaks through both of them into right center. Lucas scrambles to pick it up. It's a base hit for Olson. That gives us a second to go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. I've mentioned a lot of the baseball scores today, but also football is back. A lot of college football going on today, and a lot of ranked teams losing, Chris. Iowa State upsets number 21 Iowa 20-19. Shocking loss for number 5 Notre Dame. They lose 16-14 to Northern Illinois. Do you know the Northern Illinois mascot?
Huskies.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very nice. First pitch to Ramon Laureano, hit foul, 0-1. This not an upset, but number 10 Michigan, after a perfect season last year, gets annihilated by number 3 Texas today, 31-12.
Okay, but how did Syracuse do?
How about those Syracuse Orange, who beat number 23 Georgia Tech, 31-28 at home? 0-1 pitch to Laureano. Check swing. Pitch was high, 1-1.
I knew you were eventually going to get there as you're wearing your Syracuse sweatshirt.
2-0 start. Runner on first, 2 down, and the 1-1 pitch. Check swing. I think that ball hit the bat foul. It did. It's 1-2. Just skimmed off of it and then went back into the netting. But they have ruled that a foul ball on a 1-2 count.
Yeah, it looked like it could have hit him. It looked like it could have been a foul ball. I mean, with the reaction of Laureano, obviously it didn't hit him.
0 for 2 day for Ramon Laureano. 2 strikeouts. 1-2 pitch. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, number 14 Tennessee is hosting number 24 North Carolina State. And it's 10-3 right now for Tennessee. 2-2. Inside, ball 3. Does Winthrop have a football team?
Come on, man.
They don't? I didn't know for sure. They could have been FCS.
Okay.
It's possible. I wasn't guessing FBS.
They don't. I actually have a T-shirt that says we're still undefeated.
There you go. I like it. 3-2 pitch, runner off from first, and Laureano pops it back foul into the seats.
So my football team when I was in college was Clemson, because Clemson was only 45 minutes from where Winthrop was.
Not a fantastic start to the season for the Tigers. A lot of season, though.
A lot of season.
A lot of season.
But there's also been a lot of good over the last 10 years.
3-2 pitch, swing and a high drive right field, but it's hit right at Lucas, who makes the catch to end the inning. A 2-out base hit from Matt Olson, but he's left stranded on first, and we go to the 7th with the Blue Jays still leading 6-1 over the Braves. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep, because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at Crown.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us for this Toronto Blue Jays game. I just wanted to take a minute and say thank you so much for hitting that subscribe button and becoming an insider. We are almost at 37,000, and it is insane to see this amount of growth. But it's Toronto, and we knew Toronto sports fans could do big things. That's why we're here. So let's cheer on our Blue Jays, and let's get back to the action. But before you do that, if you're new, please hit that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Toronto sports game. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for being an insider. Go Blue Jays, go.
Most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dived, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host today. He and Daniele Franceschi have Blue Jays talk after the broadcast. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Second reliever out of Brian Snitker's pen, John Brebbia. The big bearded righty is on to face the big bearded left-handed hitter, Nathan Lucas. It's a good matchup. First pitch. Lucas takes strike one.
I wonder if Nathan Lucas is staring out at Brebbia thinking, man, that thing is nice.
Brebbia, I would say, has more size, but maybe slightly better grooming from Lucas. 0-1. Foul tip, 0-2. Lucas hasn't seen Brebbia this year, but the Blue Jays have. He was with the White Sox to start the season. 0-2. Outside. Brebbia DFA'd on August 27th and released. Signed with the Braves on August 31st on a minor league deal, so he could be playoff eligible. 1-2. Swing and a liner foul left side.
Brebbia was a 30th rounder in 2011, the 929th pick in that draft.
And I know you love the school that he came from, Elon, North Carolina.
Former Big South team, not so much anymore.
1-2. Swing and a pop-up, foul behind the plate, but into the seats. Starno gave it a look. Not only was Brebbia a 30th rounder out of Elon, the Yankees picked him. He was released by the Yankees before ever making the majors and played indie ball in 2014, but worked his way back to the majors and made it with the Cardinals in 2017. Has also pitched with the Giants and, like we mentioned earlier, the White Sox this year. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul back again.
And he's been good. I mean, not so much this year, but in his career, for a 30th round pick, a guy that got released early on in his minor league career, 350 career games and a career 3.81 ERA. I'd say that's a win for him.
And a lot of it inflated by the 6.29 he had with the White Sox this year. His 1-2 pitch misses outside, 2-2. Slider, four-seamer for the righty, simple mix. He winds and delivers. Lucas swings and hits the fastball foul. Pretty good battle, 8 pitches from Brebbia to Lucas to start this 7th. And a little bit of rush at the ballpark with one Canadian team in Major League Baseball in town at Truist Park. 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Brebbia licks his fingers, now delivers to the plate, and the 3-2 slider hit foul. Tonight, a big streak broke for the Braves related to their pitching. They had thrown 25 games in a row from starters with 3 or fewer earned runs allowed. Tonight, Schwellenbach gives up 6 earned in 5 innings. 3-2. Swing and a hot shot up the middle into center field. 2-hit day for Nathan Lucas. It just keeps on going.
Well, the most impressive thing with Nathan Lucas, along with Will Wagner, Spencer Horwitz, they hit the ball where it's pitched. That pitch was outer third. A lot of guys would try to do too much with that, try to hit it to right field and pull it, and they would end up rolling over for an easy out. But he just hits it where it's pitched, back up the middle. I mean, 2 for 4. What a smart hitter.
9 for 19 on the season now. Dalton Varsho up. He singled in the 3rd inning, 1 for 3. First pitch outside, ball 1. Starting pitching for the Braves has covered up some ups and downs offensively this year, but not the case tonight. Blue Jays up 6-1 in the top of the 7th. 1-0. Called strike 1-1. Lucas has speed on first. We haven't seen him steal in the majors yet this year. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Varsho steps out and looks down to third to Carlos Fablis. A little half swing, and now he steps back in and taps the plate. Maybe just a little bit closed in his stance is Dalton Varsho. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball up and in, beats the left-handed hitter, and there's 1 out.
That was a good pitch. Travis d'Arnaud had the target up at the hands, and Brebbia just drills it for strike 3. Pretty good pitch there.
Brebbia likely knowing Varsho a little bit from the time that Brebbia spent with the Giants, 2021 to 2023. Varsho would have been with the Diamondbacks in 22 and 21. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up, 1 for 3, the pitch. High ball 1. After his single in the 5th, Guerrero's batting average back up to .327. Bobby Witt Jr. at .335, 0 for 3 tonight, 1-0. Swing and a fly ball, right field line, slicing out a play, 1-1.
We might have looked back at that blooper that he just had in his last at-bat on September 28th and think, remember that blooper that he had? It's a good thing he got that hit.
You never know. It could be the difference of 1 or 2 at-bats when it comes to the batting title. 1-1. Swing and a fly ball, right center field, hanging up for Harris, who runs it down and makes the catch. 2 outs. I do think, and you don't want to benefit a guy for struggling, but it's remarkable that Guerrero is in this position, given he hit .229 in March, April, full month of the season. And then .357 in May, .318 in June, .358 in July, .375 in August, and in 3 games in September coming into tonight, he was 6 for 13, which is .462. Spencer Horwitz up 3 for 3 on the day, swing and a miss, strike 1. A lot of guys, if you hit .230 in a month, you're just out of it, batting title-wise. You're not going to be in that race. 0-1. Runner takes off from first. Horwitz swings and hits it in the air. Left field line. Moving over toward foul territory. Kelnick has room just inside fair territory, and he makes the catch to end the inning. Leadoff single for Lucas. He's left on first, and at the 7th inning stretch, the Blue Jays up 6-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust.
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Are you ready for some football? We're going to cheer on Toronto's team, the Buffalo Bills, and we're starting out Sunday, week 1, noon Central, 1 Eastern. Make sure you're here hanging out with us for the Bills hosting the Arizona Cardinals. Let's have a party and chat up some football and cheer on Buffalo while we're at it. Go Bills, go. Let's go Blue Jays. Back to the action. See you in the chat, everybody.
I got you.
Law & Order Thursday returns with all new seasons of Law & Order.
I love this job, and I love trying cases.
And Olivia Benson is back with Law & Order SVU.
I've dedicated my life to helping victims. So you're not giving up on us? Giving up? I'm just getting started.
Law & Order Thursday premieres October 3rd on City TV, or stream it on City TV Plus.
Everywhere you look. Hey, this is Eric Swanson. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Big time in a small town.
Ryan Burr into the ball game for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th inning. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And the Blue Jays with a 6-1 lead over the Braves. The righty Burr will start with Jared Kelnick, a left-handed hitter. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. What a day it was for Jose Berrios. Ran into a little bit of trouble in the first inning. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. But really settled in after that. He goes 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts.
Yeah, he was a little bit erratic early on. Obviously, he had something going on with the forehead, with the nose. We're still unsure of what was going on, but after that, after they figured that out, I mean, he was next level. Another great start from Jose Berrios.
1-1. Swing and a fly ball foul off to the left, 1-2. Berrios entered today 5-0 in his last 5 starts with an ERA below 2. He's at least in line for the win right now, but still 9 more outs to get for the Blue Jays. They're asking for 3, it looks like, out of Burr. The pitch. Slider low, 2-2. Right-hander Burr pitching for the 26th time this season, a 4.63 ERA in 23 1/3 innings. I think he's done best so far is strikeout batters, 30 strikeouts in those 23 1/3. 2-2 pitch is chopped foul right side, still 2-2.
And yes, he has the mid-90s fastball, but I think it's the slider that really sets him apart from most relievers. The slider he has so much depth to it. You really don't see sliders like that anymore.
Burr kicks and delivers. Fastball misses up and away, ball 3. Kelenic leading off. Urshela on deck. 3-2 pitch. Low. Ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk.
I don't love that pitch. You're up 6-1 in the ball game. It's the 7th inning. It's a 3-2 count. Throw a fastball down in the zone. See what he can do with it. Throwing a slider there, 3-2. Don't love it. I'm sure John Schneider and Pete Walker are standing in the dugout thinking the same thing.
And Kelenic, with all due respect to him, is actually one of the colder hitters in all of baseball right now. They walk him to start the inning, and Gio Urshela takes a fastball for strike 1. Kelenic hitting in the 170s going back to July 1st, is in the bottom 5 in baseball since then among qualified hitters. 0-1. Up and away with the fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's been a nice night for Gio Urshela. A lot of good plays at third. 1 for 2 today and scored the lone Braves run back in the 5th. 1-1. He hooks it on the ground at third base. Charging in, Barger is going to throw across the diamond at first. That was his only play, and he gets Urshela. Kelenic up to second, now 1 out.
Another nice play from Addison Barger. A lot like Gio Urshela. He's looking pretty comfortable over there. He's making a lot of tough plays. That play right there, not easy, coming in on the ball, throwing off that right foot, that right leg, a strike across the diamond.
And I thought he looked, for a guy that can be high energy a lot of the time, pretty relaxed and calmed down on that play. Just jogged forward and went through the motions without too much urgency as Orlando Arcia steps up now and takes a slider low, ball 1.
And as we've seen so often, he just threw an absolute seed across the diamond.
He doesn't even have to try to. He's just going to uncork something 90 plus. 1-0. Slider for a strike. Kelenic is on second base. Blue Jays up by 5, 6-1. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Arcia's 0 for 2 on the day. The shortstop faces a 1-1. Takes a slider in the dirt, ball 2. Action in both bullpens. Lefty Yenesis Cabrera is loosening up for the Blue Jays. And the former Blue Jay, Jesse Chavez, is warming up for the Atlanta Braves. 2-1. Fouled off of his own leg by Arcia, 2-2. Burr steps onto the middle of the rubber and takes a breath, shrugging his shoulders. Set just above the belt now. The righty rocks and releases. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the slider at the ankles, 2 down.
Big pitch right there. A slider from Burr that looked like a strike, and then it just dove out of the strike zone. A wild swing from Arcia for out 2.
Well, there have been ups and downs. Everyone wants swing and miss stuff in your bullpen, and I think that's what Ryan Burr is potentially offering the Blue Jays as he continues this audition for next year.
Yeah, I think he just has to have a little bit more command of that fastball.
Pitch to Luke Williams. Fastball cut on and missed. 0-1.
Because he does have a big fastball, 94 to 96 miles an hour. To show a little bit more command.
Walked the leadoff hitter in the inning. Now Malachi Moore calls for time from home plate. Delivered some sort of message to Burr and now steps back behind the plate. It wasn't a pitch clock violation or anything like that. It's still no balls and a strike on Williams. 6-1 Blue Jays, 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. And the 0-1. Fastball hit on a line foul right side, 0-2. We're trying to send us to the 8th inning where Will Wagner will lead off for the Blue Jays. A look at second, and the 2-strike offering. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big movement on the slider to get the chase from Williams. 2 strikeouts in a scoreless frame for Ryan Burr. We go to the 8th, Blue Jays up 6-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey everyone, it's Megan Kelly from The Megan Kelly Show. You hear me every weekday on SiriusXM Triumph Channel 111, but I am inviting you to join me over on the SiriusXM app for a very special series I'm doing with just you and yours truly. This is our chance to really get into topics that affect us all, important personal issues like marriage, parenting, and friendship. So join me on the SiriusXM app for these special exclusive shows. I love the SiriusXM app. Just search Megan Kelly.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with a Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My legs started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 8th inning in Atlanta, and the Blue Jays are leading 6-1 over the Braves. Former Blue Jay Jesse Chavez is in the game. Righty winds and delivers to Will Wagner, and the pitch is on the outside edge. Strike 1. Chavez, a Blue Jay 2 different times in his lengthy career. Winds and delivers, and misses outside at 91. First, it was 2012, only 9 games and 2 starts that season. They traded him to the Oakland Athletics, and then he was traded from Oakland back to the Blue Jays in 2015. 1-1 pitch. Wagner hits it in the air, left field line out of play. Foul, 1-2. Traded back to the Blue Jays in 15. Toronto sent Liam Hendricks the other way. And then the Blue Jays traded him away to the Dodgers mid-2016. It's a well-traveled guy. 1-2. Wagner hits it in the air. This one will stay fair in left field. Kelnick settling under it, makes the catch, 1 out.
And we talked about John Brebbia being a 30th round pick earlier on in the ballgame. How about Jesse Chavez? 42nd round. You know what pick that is? Or what pick he was?
42nd round. There's compensatory picks in the middle, which is going to get me. But I'm going to go somewhere at like 1,400 maybe? 1,300?
1,252nd pick.
I had too many compensatory picks.
How is there that many picks?
Well, there isn't anymore.
Well, yeah.
Alejandro Kirk is up. Pitch outside 1-0.
And a lot of those guys don't sign. A lot of those guys after round like 20, 25, they never signed anyways.
Flyers on high school guys that were going to college. Tom Brady. Whoever. Russell Martin.
Yeah, there you go.
Or not Russell Martin. Russell Wilson. 1-0 pitch outside. 2-0.
Well, Russell Martin didn't sign, I don't think, after he was drafted his first out of high school. He went to junior college. He went to Chipola.
2-0. Outside 3-0. But Chavez signed as a 42nd rounder out of Riverside Community College. 2002. Debuted in 2008 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3-0. Called strike. 3-1. And now the 41-year-old is pitching in his 17th Major League season. Each of the last 3, he's been a Brave at least for part of the year. 3-1. Swing and a liner. Headed to the right field corner. That's down for a base hit. Cut off by Laureano. It'll be a single for Kirk.
Pretty nice piece of hitting right there. A little fastball from Chavez, a little cutter on the outside part of the plate, and Alejandro just goes with it and drills it the other way for a base hit.
Pardon me, Chavez, a Brave at some point in each of the last 4 seasons, and has had 5 different stints with the Atlanta Braves overall. His pitch to Addison Barger. Strike one with a cutter at 88.
And because he's doing so well this year, I guarantee that he will sign again for 2025 and be 42 years old.
3.34 ERA in 42 games this season. 0-1. Swing and a bouncer picked up at third base by Urshela. Goes to second, one back to first. Double play. Scoreless inning for Jesse Chavez, the former Blue Jay. He pitches around a 1-out hit and keeps it 6-1 Toronto, middle of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
September 25th.
We're going in.
Chicago Wednesday returns on City TV.
Police, get back!
We all face fear.
Crazy upside down world out there.
But only heroes run towards it.
If someone is in trouble, you do whatever you gotta do to help them.
You do what it takes. You're gonna be okay. We got you now.
Chicago Med, Fire and PD. New season's premiere September 25th on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by Authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Blue Jays 6, Braves 1, bottom of the 8th inning in Atlanta. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Yenisys Cabrera on for the Blue Jays, misses inside to Michael Harris, 1-0. For Cabrera, his 59th appearance of the year, 3.04 ERA. Lefty kicks, delivers, and hits the inside corner with a sinker, strike one.
Yeah, he's been really good, just dotting that fastball like that one right there, 96 miles an hour at the bottom of the strike zone.
His 1-1. Swing and a miss. Sinker ran in on the hands. Ugly whiff there by Harris, 1-2.
And even when he misses, still 95, still with a lot of run on it. Michael Harris with the awkward swing.
A lot of different looks he gives guys. Sinker, four-seamer, cutter, curveball, changeup. On a run of 9 scoreless appearances in a row. His 1-2. Swing and a weak ground ball to second. Charging in Wagner. Gloves. Quick throw to first to beat Harris. 1 out.
Nice play from Will Wagner coming in. Michael Harris has a ton of speed running down that line, but he makes a great play to get him.
You might be asking yourself, why is Yenisys Cabrera in this ballgame? Blue Jays are up 6-1 over the Braves. But Cabrera last worked on the 3rd, and before that hadn't worked since the 29th of August. So he just hasn't been called upon a ton recently. Maybe John Schneider wanted to keep him fresh. Travis d'Arnaud up to the plate in the pitch. Way outside and high, ball 1. The Blue Jays haven't had a lot of late leads recently. In a bit of a tough stretch right now. Have lost 4 in a row. Although all of those losses by 2 or fewer runs. 1-0. Swing and a miss.
And obviously John Schneider wants this game. We've talked about this a couple of times, but Chris Sale pitching tomorrow.
Yeah. You never know.
You never know.
But few times has anyone gotten to Chris Sale this year, and no one's done it in about 2.5 months. 1-1. Curveball yanked down the left field line. It's going to go foul, 1-2.
16-3 with a 2.5 ERA. And throwing 97 miles an hour from the left side. Good luck.
And not even like a traditional lefty. He's throwing almost sidearm from the left side. He's huge. And it is fun to see him healthy again. When he's been healthy in his career, he's been one of the best. 1-2. Swing and a foul back. By the way, on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the Mets won today 4-0 over the Reds. So if the Braves lose, they will be out of playoff positioning for the first time in a long time. 1-2. Hit foul.
They're currently half a game back, and if they lose, they'll be a full game back. I mean, these games are really important to them.
They had led on the Mets for a while. When the Mets started yesterday tied with the Braves, it was the first time since August 11th they had been tied. And in danger of starting tomorrow a game back, like you said. 1-2. d'Arnaud again reaches for a back foot cutter that was well located and hits it foul. You could imagine Travis d'Arnaud, among all of them, does not want to get beat out by the Mets, a guy who played the first 5-6 seasons of his career with the New York Mets. Was released by them in 2019. 1-2 pitch, outside, 2-2. Cabrera with a long look at Kirk, now tucks the ball into his glove chest high. 2-2. Elevated the fastball. Good take from d'Arnaud, who has really worked Cabrera 8 pitches to get to a full count.
Yeah, he seems to be locked in right now. That wasn't a bad pitch. A fastball just above the strike zone, 96 miles an hour, but not even a movement from Travis d'Arnaud.
3-2. Up and away, ball 4, and d'Arnaud certainly earns that walk. He's aboard for the second time today. Tie a bow on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard today. AL East teams in action. The Yankees beat the Cubs 2-0 earlier. The Rays demolished their former pitcher, Zach Eflin, and the Orioles 7-1 the final score there. And the Red Sox up 7-5 on the White Sox, speaking of Chris Sale. Marcell Ozuna up, 1 out, and the first pitch hit on the ground left side. Fielded at short, Clement. Zips a throw to second one. Wagner to first. Double play to end the inning. 6-4-3. The Blue Jays turn it, erase the 1-out walk, and send us to the 9th. Blue Jays up 6-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Everything a football fan needs is on the SiriusXM app. The biggest college football games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Every NFL game with your hometown announcers.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I'm just not overpaying for quarterbacks in a Superflex league.
And passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
I don't want to hear it. You're not winning a championship. Can we mellow out? Let's move on, please.
No matter how.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, what a night. We've got the lead. Let's keep it that way. How's it going out there? Thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all chatting it up. Now, let's go, Blue Jays. Let's finish this game strong. Let's keep that lead, and let's hear it in the chat. Go, Jays, go. Let's go, Blue Jays. Come on. I want to see it in the chat. Spam it up. Go, Jays, go. Let's finish this game strong. What a night it's been so far. Let's keep it going.
On the SXM app. We're more than just a game.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
9th inning in Atlanta, Georgia, and the Blue Jays holding on to a 5-run advantage. 6-1 Toronto leads. Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Grant Holmes, the long-haired right-handed pitcher, is into the game for the Braves to take on Ernie Clement, Joey Loperfido, and Nathan Lucas. 8-9-1 in the Blue Jay order. Handlebar mustache for the righty and long curly hair going past his shoulders. He brings the glove up to his chin and delivers to Clement. First pitch popped up. Third base side foul. Urshela jogging onto the side warning track, watches it fall into the seats.
What's that guy's name from Eastbound and Down?
Is that a serious question? Kenny Powers.
Kenny Powers. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that show in a long time.
It is an old show. It's a great show. In the contest of him and Andrew Chafin and a few others around baseball, Holmes might have the lead in who looks most like Kenny Powers. 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. If you haven't seen the show, but you've seen anything Danny McBride's done, he looks the same and everything. So it's basically that. It's been a nice year for Holmes, though. 19 games, 4 of them starts, 15 relief appearances, 3.5 ERA. 1-1. Curveball misses low, and a check swing from Clement. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Doesn't Kenny Powers actually play for the Braves?
I was going to say that, actually. He does. He does play for the Braves in his backstory before the show starts. 2-1. Swing and a foul back, 2-2. He's the closer for the Braves.
Of course, Grant Holmes is the long guy in this bullpen, but
yeah, kind of a swing man. Started in AAA this year. Debuted in the majors in June out of the pen. Jumped into the rotation for some starts in August. Now back in the bullpen. Here's 2-2. Bounce to the plate, ball 3. But is mostly a 3-pitch guy, so a little bit more of a reliever repertoire for Holmes maybe. 4-seamer, slider, and curve are the main pitches. He will occasionally mix in a cutter or a changeup. His 3-2. Clement hits it on a line up the middle, bounces past the mound and rolls into center field.
How about that swing from Ernie Clement? A good fastball at 95, down and away, and he just hammers it back up the middle for hit number 2.
Hit number 13 for the Blue Jays. Out hitting the Braves 13-5 and outscoring them 6-1. Chance to add on more here in the top of the 9th as Clement is on first base after the leadoff single. And here's Joey Loperfido, 1 for 3 with an RBI double. Right on left, Holmes' pitch. Loperfido shows bunt, pulls it back, and the pitch missed outside. Ball 1. Warming up for the Blue Jays, by the way, is Luis Frias, acquired by Toronto in August and added to their bullpen yesterday. Brandon Eisert went back down to AAA. 1-0. High and outside 2-0, and presumably we see Frias in the bottom of the 9th, which will be interesting as the Blue Jays continue to add different guys to their system or to their pen in the major leagues and give some guys some looks. Outside ball 3.
And this is I would say a tough spot for Frias to be in. I mean, not low leverage, and not high leverage. I would say this is medium leverage for a reliever to come in up by 5 when the team has lost 4 games in a row.
Next pitch outside, called strike actually, 3-1. I would guess, but I don't know for sure, that maybe they'll get someone else up soon as just a safety. I don't know. Maybe you do that after Frias has left the bullpen, so it's not in his head. 3-1 pitch, and Loperfido smacks it into center field on a line, down for a base hit. Clement turns around second and sprints into third. Runners on the corners for the Blue Jays, nobody out.
I think that the biggest thing you have to think about when a guy's coming into a ball game for his first ball game of the season, late in a ball game like this, is he's probably going to be trying to impress. He's probably going to have the high heart rate. He's probably going to be thinking a little bit too much. So when you're up by 5, like you said, it's probably smart for John Schneider to even think about somebody getting up when you see that guy go into the ballgame.
Frias continues to warm. Blue Jays have runners on first and third, up 6-1, top of the 9th. Now the top of the order with nobody out. Holmes' pitch to Nathan Lucas. Inside. Frias does have some major league experience to fall back on. 54 appearances over the last 4 seasons with the Arizona Diamondbacks, including 7 this year. One-0. Swing and a liner into center, a base hit. Clement jogs home. Up to second, Loperfido. And it's another hit for Nathan Lucas. His 3rd of the day. He knocks in a run to make it 7-1 Blue Jays.
And it's not even the fact that he has 3 hits today. That pitch was almost on the ground, and he went down and got it and ripped it into center field for an RBI and his 3rd base hit of the game. What an incredible approach he has.
It's just a line drive machine, Nathan Lucas. Really taking advantage of the opportunity he's had here late in the season. Pitch to Dalton Varsho. Backdoor breaker for strike 1. Well, you want to help Luis Frias out. Continue to add on some runs. Now 7-1 Blue Jays. First and second, still nobody out. A look at second in the 0-1. Swing and a scorcher down the right field line. Foul.
Well, I can tell you this, Ben. 54 career games is not enough to calm the nerves.
No? What do you think it is? Do you think there is a number?
I don't think there is really a number. You look at just being with a new team. I think naturally you're going to have the nerves. You're going to be trying to impress. I don't care if you have 200 career games.
I mean, a job is on the line right now.
Right.
0-2. Swing and a fly ball center field. Harris going back. Turns around and backpedals in front of the track. Makes the catch. 1 out. Tagging from second. Loperfido advances to third. So the Blue Jays have runners on the corners. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. back up to the plate for the Blue Jays. 1 for 4 on the day. Grant Holmes about to deal to him. First, a little bit of a talk on the mound. Runners on first and third for the Blue Jays. 1 out. Guerrero steps in and kicks away some dirt. Now looks out at the righty. Holmes' pitch. High ball 1. On your live batting title watch, Bobby Witt ended today 1 for 4, so his average at .336. Guerrero is 1 for 4 right now. He's at .327.
And there's also an RBI sitting out there.
There is. Maybe 2. Noah and Vlad. 40 doubles on the year. 1-0. Fastball perfectly placed at the knees. Called strike. 1-1.
He didn't like that call, but sorry to tell you, Vlad, but that was a perfect pitch.
Now Guerrero cracks a smile and looks back out at the pitcher. Lucas on first. Loperfido on third. 1-1. Swing and a high pop-up. Foul first base side. Olsen tracking it onto the side warning track, but he runs out of space. It's out of play. It's 1-2. The leader in the majors in hard hit balls hasn't necessarily hit anything so hard today. Bloop to single to left for his lone hit. 1-2. Fouled off the glove of Darno, who doesn't hold on to it. Guerrero will go to pick up the baseball and toss it away. break for Vlad, as it looked like for a second that would be a foul tip strikeout, but Vladdy now steps back into the box, peeks at his third base coach for a moment, and taps the plate. 20 pitches for the reliever Holmes. His 1-2 to Guerrero. Swing and a ground ball hit to second. Williams fields it high, throws to second one. Arcia back to first, not in time, and the run comes in from third. Good hustle by Guerrero, who's clapping at first. He gets an RBI, fielder's choice.
And just like he does so often, as he's crossing first base, both those arms come out, telling the umpire he is in fact safe. Sometimes he's wrong, but in this case, he was absolutely correct.
That's going to plate another run for the Blue Jays because of it. Guerrero now up to 94 RBIs on the year. I mean, it does help him on the RBI, but that doesn't help most of his numbers. He's doing that to help the team push across an extra run here in the ninth. Spencer Horwitz takes up an away ball 1. Swing and a ground ball foul. I know you were in the bullpen at times rather than in the dugout, but let's say you were with the Pirates. I'm sure Andrew McCutchen made a million hustle plays despite being a star. Do you think that perked up other guys when the big star was putting himself on the line?
100%. When you see guys like that hustling.
1-1 pitch high, 2-1.
Not that the younger guys aren't going to hustle, because generally speaking, the young guys are trying to impress and they want to be hustling at all times. But when you see a guy like that who's been in the big leagues for 8, 9, 10 years, who's one of the best in the business, that makes you really want to be as good as that guy.
2-1 pitch low, 3-1. I think we've seen a little bit of that too. I remember when the Blue Jays were in Cleveland, Stephen Vogt talking about that, how Jose Ramirez has really led from the front on a pretty young Guardians team. Guerrero on first, 2 outs. The 3-1 to Horwitz is tagged. Right field and deep. Going back Laureano. It's off the brick wall. Guerrero around third, and he's going to stop there. Horwitz has to stop at first. He hit it so hard, and it was a good throwback from Laureano. But that's a 4-hit day for Horwitz, who, if he just had a little bit more time, might be able to try for the cycle. He's a triple away.
I mean, he's about 20 feet from 4 homers. He just missed a homer earlier on in the game by about 10 feet. Misses that one there by about 10 feet. This guy is on one right now.
There's the regular wall that's probably 8 to 10 feet in right field, and then there's a brick wall that almost doubles its height, and it got all the way over the regular wall, smacked off the brick. And now Eric Abreu is going to go out to the mound and talk to Grant Holmes, who's gotten in some trouble here in this inning. He's given up a pair of runs and has first and third again with 2 outs.
And that was another tough pitch, a pitch down and in. Spencer Horwitz just drops the barrel and rips it into right field. Huge smile on his face, obviously. 4 for 5. 4 for 5. I'm looking at Will Wagner's stats right now.
Who's also having a great day. But can I get really cliche on you for a sec?
You can.
Horwitz has a lot of clubs in his bag. He can hit a lot of different ways, I think.
Yeah.
And he's shown that today. Will Wagner up 2 for 4. The pitch. Swing and a looper to center field. That's going to get down. Guerrero scores from third. Horwitz stops at second. 3 hits for Will Wagner. An RBI on that one. He plates Guerrero to make it 9-1 Blue Jays.
I mean, I've said it a couple times tonight already, but he is such a professional hitter, such a good approach up there. He kind of gets eaten up by that fastball from Holmes, but he just muscles it into center field for an RBI, his 3rd hit of the ball game. What a hitter. And this is a guy that hit .366 in 2023. I've said this a couple times.
Big day for Wagner, big day for Horwitz, big day for the Blue Jays. 9-1 they lead. Pitching change coming here for the Braves as Holmes can't get out of the 9th. And with that, we'll go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Quick reminder that we do have Jays Talk this evening. Daniele Franceschi is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I will take your calls and texts, 590-590. Name and location, standard data and messaging rates may apply. I'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's start with the Paralympics, which wrap up tomorrow, actually. But today, Moncton's Danielle Doris defending her gold medal in the S750 meter. It's the third Paralympic medal of her career in the pool. Elsewhere in the pool, Saskatoon's Shelby Newkirk winning her first Paralympic medal in the water, a bronze medal in the 100-meter back X6. On the track, Nate Reich winning a silver medal in the 1,500-meter T38. He was the defending Paralympic champ, but still mounts the podium with the silver medal. Some great results from yesterday as well. Cody Forney winning his second gold medal of the Paralympic Games on the track. And in the pool, the 19-year-old Sebastian Massaby winning his first Paralympic medal ever at his first ever Games. Canada sitting at 29 medals in Paris with the last day approaching tomorrow. 10 gold, 9 silver, 10 bronze. They had previously won 21 medals at the 2021 Tokyo Games. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, show righty Luke Jackson into the game. Blue Jays have first and second, 2 outs, up 9-1, top of the ninth. Pitch to Alejandro Kirk, and he hits it on a line foul right side, 0-1. $17 hits now for the Blue Jays. Again, 9 runs in the game, 3 this inning. It's been a big offensive day. Spencer Horwitz leading the way. He's on second. Will Wagner on first, 0-1. Swing and a miss at 95, 0-2. Luis Frias warming up for his Blue Jays debut. He's been up all inning.
I bet he feels good about the 3 runs that have been scored here.
Although I wonder, because he's had to wait so long, are the nerves getting even more, maybe?
That's true.
0-2. High ball 1. But it definitely doesn't hurt that 6-1 turned into 9-1 while he was warming up.
This is officially low leverage.
Yeah.
You should be able to get 3 outs without giving up 9 runs. You should be able to.
I would say so. 1-2. Foul back. Or more importantly, you wouldn't be allowed to give up 9 runs. You just
he wouldn't be.
Yeah, you wouldn't stay in a ball game. Jackson, the tall right-hander, looks back at second, and the 1-2. Called strike 3. Plants the slider on the outside corner to get Kirk looking, and that will do it for the top of the ninth. The Blue Jays scored 3 runs on 6, or make it 5 hits. Spencer Horwitz with another knock. Will Wagner with an RBI single, and Toronto takes a 9-1 lead to the bottom of the ninth. Luis Frias' Blue Jay debut is next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneider's Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or 7th-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Berrios retires 7 in a row
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. The Jays lead the Braves 9-1 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning in Atlanta. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Daniele Franceschi again is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I will take your calls and texts. 590-590, name and location, standard data and messaging rates may apply. I see a whole bunch here already, so keep them coming at 590-590. I'll also throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. They lead the Braves 9-1 at Truist Park in Atlanta. With the call, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Luis Frias making his Blue Jays debut in the bottom of the 9th inning. The hard-throwing righty reliever is on to try and finish off a dominant Toronto performance. 9-1, the Blue Jays lead. For Frias, his 8th appearance of the Major League season, an ERA near 10-7 with the Diamondbacks. He winds and delivers and misses up and away to Matt Olson, 1-0. But the Blue Jays acquired him over the last couple weeks, and he made 8 scoreless appearances with the Buffalo Bisons as the 1-0 is hit foul, 1-1. A lot of juice in that right arm. 96-97. 1-0 pitch is 95 upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And help me out with this, Ben. You have a good eye for this. It says on the roster he's 6'3", 245. There is no way that he is 245.
Yeah, he looks not 245. 2-1 pitch hit foul, 2-2.
I would say like 220 maybe.
I mean, he's pretty filled out.
I guess so. 245 is a big boy, though.
245 is big. Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll have to when he gets back to Toronto. We'll get it. I'll bring a scale in. The wind and the 2-2. Breaking ball hit foul. The overall mix for Frias: 4-seamer, cutter, slider, and sinker. Cutter is actually the lead pitch that he throws. 2-2. And it's another slider hit foul.
He's got a pretty good fastball, though. 96, 97.
2 types of fastballs between the 4-seamer and the sinker. Two. Cutter hit on a line over the leap of the shortstop Clement and down in center field, a base hit. Nice day for Olson. 2 hits and a walk now. Only retired once. And he's trying to start a miracle comeback here for the Braves, who trail 9-1.
Yeah, they were trying to come inside with that cutter, kind of left it over the middle, and Matt Olson does a good job just drilling it the other way.
Frias walks to the back of the hill and now walks back up the mound and pitches to Ramon Laureano. This is inside with the slider, ball 1. Walks were an issue for Frias in his brief major league time this year. 4 walks in 6 1/3. 1-0 pitch, cutter cut on and missed. 1-1.
And this is the situation where if it was still 6-1, you would probably see somebody getting loose. Probably Chad Green.
But a 9-1, Frias with a long leash. 1-1 pitch is hit on the ground and it rolls through the middle of the infield into center field. I think they actually got the quality of contact they wanted. It was a ground ball hit not that hard, but Laureano squared it up and sent it into center.
Yeah, I thought for a split second that would be a double play ball, but shortstop Ernie Clement was kind of shaded towards the hole on the left side of the infield, and he wasn't able to come up with it. But runners on first and second, nobody out here.
Blue Jay debut for Frias. Facing Jared Kelnick now, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. The pitch. High ball 1. Blue Jays have done a good bit of this over the second half of the season. Acquired relievers from other teams, guys with interesting stuff, and given them a shot. 1-0. Swing and a liner, right field, base hit. Olson up to third. He makes the turn and heads to the plate. And he's going to jog in safely, an RBI single. It's now 9-2. Blue Jays over the Braves and still 2 on with nobody out.
Well, that was a pretty good piece of hitting from Kelnick. A fastball down and in, and he just drops the barrel, drills it into right field for a single and an RBI. Again, this is still very, very low leverage. You're up by 7 runs. But things are starting to get a little bit hairy here.
Luis Frias would love to get his first out as a Blue Jay coming up here as he faces Gio Urshela next. I mean, Frias looks around that bullpen. You look at guys like Tommy Nance, Ryan Burr. Blue Jays acquiring them, giving them a shot. Toronto's also picked up guys like Easton Lucas, who pitched in the majors with Oakland and Detroit this year. He's in the system. Dylan Tate, formerly a top prospect who was with the Rangers and the Orioles. Pitch now to Gio Urshela is lifted very high and not very deep into center field. Dalton Varsho calling off Will Wagner, almost runs into the infield to make the catch. And that is much needed for Frias, his first out of the ninth.
I can tell you that is a good feeling. A nice, easy pop-up to center field for out number one.
You started with the Marlins, went to the Pirates. Was it more nerve-wracking pitching the first time in the majors or the first time for the Pirates?
Coming over to a new team, you don't know anybody, you don't know any of the coaches, they don't really know you. This is before scouting reports were as good as they were, so none of these guys have ever seen me pitch before.
Pitch down and away to Arcia. 1-0. First and second, one out. 9-2 Blue Jays, bottom of the ninth. So it was more nerve-wracking to pitch for the Pirates the first time, you're saying, than the Marlins.
And the Pirates were a lot like the Blue Jays now. It's kind of
1-0 pitch outside, 2-0.
Just guys that have come over, that have kind of scratched and clawed and found themselves in a situation like me, but they put together 10, 15, 20 innings of good, bullpen work. So they don't like that I'm there.
2-0. Check swing on a cutter low, peel down to first, no swing. It's 3 balls, no strikes.
So I can guarantee you that Tommy Nance and Ryan Burr are looking at him and saying, who's this guy? Who's this guy trying to take my job? That's just the way baseball works.
It's just the dynamics of sports, Steven. You're always in competition to a certain extent. 3-0 pitch, fastball called strike. You're competing with your own teammates as much as you are with others. And the Blue Jays, with the trouble this inning, are starting to get some help up in the bullpen just in case. Brendan Little is up as the 3-1 pitch is hit on a line and just over the leap of Clement into left field. Laureano had to wait at second, so it's station to station. He goes up to third. Up to second base is Kelnick. Arcia is safe at first with the 4th hit of the inning for the Braves. Now the bases are loaded. And it's still a 7-run game, but you wonder how much further than Luke Williams Frias gets to go. Williams about to come up the 9-hitter, then you get back to the top of the Braves order.
Yeah, I mean, it's 9-2, but it could easily be 9-4, then 9-5, and then it starts to get really hairy.
Pete Walker out to the mound talking to Alejandro Kirk and Frias. Malachi Moore, now the home plate ump, out to break up the meeting. Frias, the big righty with long dark hair, wipes his arm on the back of his pants to get some sweat off of it and tries to work through this bases loaded jam. 1 run allowed here in the 9th inning. The walks have not been a concern for Frias this inning. It's been singles instead. He's looking for a double play ball here to end the game against Luke Williams, the number 9 hitter. Only the 11th start of the season for Luke Williams, 31st game overall. 1 for 3 with an infield hit. Bases loaded, 1 out, and the pitch. Hit back foul, 0-1, 98 at the knees.
Guy's got a good arm. If he can just harness that and throw strikes. I mean, he fell behind Orlando Arcia 3-0, and that's the biggest problem. He didn't walk him, but you have to throw pitches in the strike zone after you fall behind 3-0.
0-1. 96 out on the ground, past the dive of the third baseman Barger down the left field line. In to score Laureano. Right behind him, Kelnick comes in as well. Up to second base goes Williams with an RBI double to stop at third for Arcia. And it's 9-4 with 2 in scoring position for the Braves.
And I would imagine that Brendan Little's about to come in this ball game. I think John Schneider's seen enough. Tough break for Frias.
You could see some of the tantalizing things from the righty. The high velocity, the different types of fastballs. But the Braves hit some balls hard, hit some grounders to the right spots, and they knock him out after a third of an inning in his Blue Jays debut. John Schneider takes the baseball. Brendan Little about to come in. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. In the NFL, an injury update on Packers quarterback Jordan Love after he got tangled up with Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter in Brazil in the dying seconds last night in a 34-29 Philly win. They had to fly home to Wisconsin before he'd get an MRI, but he's believed to have suffered a sprained MCL, which could sideline him 3 to 4 weeks. More injury updates from elsewhere in the NFL as the bulk of the games get going tomorrow afternoon. Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins is doubtful with a hamstring injury, while fellow wideout Jamar Chase is questionable with an illness, also questionable after having not practiced for much of the preseason amidst a contract dispute. The Bengals saying Chase could play but would be limited. Elsewhere, the Steelers are saying that quarterback Russell Wilson is questionable for Sunday with a calf injury. Justin Fields will likely play a factor for Pittsburgh this weekend. And in Los Angeles, the Charger putting wide receiver DJ Chark on injured reserve. He will be out until at least Week 5. In the NBA, a big-time contract extension for a Canadian. The Denver Nuggets handing out the max deal to Jamal Murray. It's 4-year extension, $208 million, given to the 27-year-old Kitchener, Ontario native. And in the world of soccer, a big 2-1 win for the Canadian men's senior team in an international friendly against the United States. Jacob Schaffelberg and Jonathan David both scoring for Canada in what is the first win for Canadian men on American soil since 1957. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Brendan Little on the mound for the Blue Jays. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. The Blue Jays still with a mostly comfortable lead, but things getting a little bit dicey in Atlanta. 3 runs in the 9th for the Braves, and a 9-1 game has turned into a 9-4 game. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Williams and Arcia, and the top of the order up for Brendan Little.
Well, we've officially entered medium leverage here for Brendan Little. You're still up by 5 runs. All you have to do is make a good pitch here, get some outs, and this ball game will be over.
It's actually almost a save situation. If there was a runner on first per the most complicated save rule, it would be a save situation for Little. And while he's getting loose in the background, or while he's done getting loose in the background, Chad Green is getting loose right now for the Blue Jays just in case. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. The left-on-left pitch to Michael Harris II. Broken bat grounder to second base. Both runners advancing, but Wagner picks it up and throws to first, and there are 2 down. And I think Spencer Horwitz might have thought there were 3 down as he started jogging forward, but that'll be an RBI ground.
That's your guy. You got to have a conversation with him.
We'll figure. 2 outs now. Run comes in to score. Arcia up to third base goes Williams. And perhaps Horwitz just jogging forward to keep the runner at third. Now a 9-5 game. Travis d'Arnaud is up. Little's pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Brendan Little meaning business. 1 pitch on 1 out on 1 pitch, and then he comes right back with a challenge fastball to d'Arnaud. Lefty twist, steals. Swing and a miss, and another good sinker. 0-2.
Yeah, really good sinker. I like that he's pounding the strike zone right now. That's what you have to do if you're a reliever.
Runner on third. 2 outs, 9-5 Blue Jays. Bottom of the 9th. Trying to even up the series. The 2-strike pitch. Swing and a soft bouncer to short. Clement has it. Throws on to first. And that's the ball game. The Blue Jays bats go wild in Atlanta. Horwitz and Wagner leading the way. Toronto wins 9-5.
Well, if you're a Blue Jays fan, tonight was a great day for you. The offense was entertaining. Jose Berrios obviously pitched very, very well, as he has done for the majority of about 6 weeks now. But Spencer Horwitz, what a day for him. 2 doubles off the right field wall, 2 home runs. He's got to be happy.
I'm sure he is, and so is John Schneider and the Blue Jays, who beat the Atlanta Braves and set up a rubber match coming up tomorrow. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll wrap it up, and then it's a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk coming next. So stick around. Blue Jays win 9-5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 men in a truck, 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck, 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays out-hit the Braves today, beating Atlanta 9-5 at Truist Park. Thank you so much for sticking around. Blue Jays talk coming up very soon. But first, let's take a look back at this one. And we're going to get to the bats, Chris. But first, Jose Berrios on the mound came into this one with 5 straight wins for just the second time in his career and a 1.5 ERA over those 5 starts. And he was just as good, if not better today than he had been in his previous outings.
Yeah, we knew something was off with him. Him and Alejandro Kirk and John Schneider actually had a conversation early in the ball game. He was pointing to his forehead, pointing to his nose. Something was going on, so he didn't feel 100%. The fastball velocity was a little down. It was 91, 92 miles an hour. But man, was he pitching his lights out today. I mean, he was dotting up the fastball. We even saw some really, really good slurves from him today. But, I mean, he's just – you can't really say enough good things about him. He's been so great over the last 6 weeks or so.
6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts on the day for Jose Berrios. And on the other side, the Blue Jays are facing – tough rookie Spencer Schwellenbach, and Toronto didn't have anything going in the first inning, but they'd get some offense early on, coming in the second and the fourth from today's player of the game, Spencer Horwitz. 1-2. Swinging a fly ball off the bat of Horwitz, deep center field. Harris going back at the track, runs out of room, home run. 10th of the season for Spencer Horwitz. Picked the deepest part of the yard, and he puts the Blue Jays on top 1-0. 1-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Deep right field. Laureano looking up. He's done it again. Horwitz leaves the yard to right field. New bat, no problem. He's got both of the Blue Jays runs in this game. It's 2-0 Toronto.
Well, we talked about this during the broadcast, but the pitches that he was hitting today and he did damage on, they weren't pitches left over the middle. They were pitches down and in, down in the strike zone, pitches that were normally good pitchers' pitches. And for whatever reason, Spencer Horwitz was seeing the baseball really well today, dropping that barrel and absolutely smoking baseballs.
Spencer Horwitz now with 11 home runs on the season. And if I'm not mistaken, only Guerrero, Varsho, and Springer on the Blue Jays currently have more home runs now this year than Horwitz, who's only played about half a season's worth of games. He finishes 4 for 5, by the way, too. He doubled in a run and had a single in the ninth as well to make it a 4-hit day. The Blue Jays won 9-5. Toronto with 9 runs, 17 hits, 1 error, 6 left. The Braves with 5 runs, 3 of them coming in the ninth, or 4 of them coming in the ninth. 10 hits, 2 errors, 6 left on. The win for Jose Berrios, he is 15-9 after 6 straight wins. And Spencer Schwellenbach goes to 5-7 with the loss. He gave up 6 earned in 5 innings today. No save. Brendan Little was brought on in the ninth to finish things out after a little bit of trouble. The game took 2 hours and 45 minutes in front of over 38,000 on a sunny day at Truist Park. And the Blue Jays take it. They are now 68-75. The Braves are 77-65 and will start tomorrow outside the playoff picture for the first time in a while. So there will be a lot of energy going into tomorrow's game, 1:35 Eastern first pitch, and it'll be the Braves trying to get back into the playoff picture with their ace and Cy Young favorite Chris Sale on the mound. Yariel Rodriguez goes for the Blue Jays. We hope you can join us then. For our technical director today, Tom Young, our producer, Nick Blackmore, our host, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman, saying thanks so much for tuning in tonight. We hope to see you tomorrow and get your calls and texts in. It's Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Daniele Franceschi, a winning edition, and it starts right now.
Well, Daniele, quite the bounce back for the Jays after last night, a game in which they got dominated by Max Fried for essentially 7 innings. But tonight, the bats were everywhere. They were all over Spencer Schwellenbach all night long. A 4-for-5 night for Spencer Horwitz that included 2 home runs. He probably wasn't that far in terms of combined feet from having a 4 home run night, which is absolutely ludicrous. 3 hit nights for both Will Wagner and Nathan Lucas, and Jose Berrios shoved for 6 innings. And the Blue Jays, oddly, grabbed their first win of September, a 9-5 win in Atlanta over the Braves.
Very pleasant night of Blue Jays baseball. I think Spencer Horwitz heard me before the game critiquing the fact that if you're going to play first base, you better be able to hit for power, which obviously the supply hasn't consistently been there for him throughout his career as a professional baseball player, whether that be at the major league level or the minor league level. He said, okay, I'll go show you. Went out and just had a massive game at the plate. Crushing balls. Just destroying baseballs. Both homers, majestic shots. First one, hanging slider. Then I believe it was a pair of sliders, pair of fastballs that he absolutely crushed. 3 of those pitches were down and in, and he just turned on and spit on it and said, thank you very much. It was just so impressive. Berrios was great. Looked like he was fighting something early on in the first inning, but right after that, settled in nicely, was excellent. Has won 6 straight starts, which is he's the first Blue Jays pitcher to do that since Jay Happ in 2016. All in all, very positive night, and it's the younger players. I refuse to call them young, but the younger players that stepped up in a big way for this team tonight to pick up a victory in Atlanta.
That is Daniele Franceschi. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. Actually, I did want to read this text very quickly just because it's kind of funny. This is from Brent in Davisville. Is Atlanta playing I'm a Little Teapot when Kirk comes up to bat? I think they are. I'm pretty sure they are because they have an organist, right? Like they have the organist there who I assume they just give free reign to play like whatever they want whenever players are up there. I there was a list I had seen floating around on social media. I'll see if I can find it in the break of like what the organist had been playing. I got to say that is one aspect of baseball stadiums. I know the Rogers Center does not have that, but that is one aspect of some stadiums in Major League Baseball that I have always enjoyed, organists. So we need more of those. But hey, let's chat a little bit more about Spencer Horwitz. This is the Spencer Horwitz show tonight. He goes on a night he goes 4-for-5 and hits 2 home runs. So the solo home run at the top of the second inning, 420 feet, longest home run of the season for Horwitz up until that point. Because in the 4th inning, he goes out there and clubs a second home run, 421 feet. So that then, of course, becomes his longest home run by about a foot. He narrowly misses out on a 3rd home run in the 5th. It ends up as, quote-unquote, only an RBI double. And then, again, very narrowly, and Holmes was really struggling, but he narrowly misses a home run in the top of the 9th inning. And you mentioned some of the pitches that were thrown to him. So in the first home run from Horwitz, Daniele, Schwellenbach hangs. Like he hangs an 88-mile-an-hour slider, more or less right down the middle. Horwitz, of course, does not miss on that one. It would be tough if he did, honestly. So it's good that he didn't. But in the following AB, the AB in which Horwitz hits the second home run, Schwellenbach, I think, was very careful. Like he showed him a lot more respect. He goes sinker to the outside, which Horwitz kind of pokes for a foul ball. It was a couple of inches outside, but he still swung and fouled it off. So you're now 0-1. He goes outside with the splitter, kind of in the same location, but again with the splitter, Horwitz lays off. It's a ball. It's now 1-1. And then the third pitch is actually a 96-mile-an-hour fastball on the bottom edge of the zone. It wasn't a terrible pitch from Schwellenbach. I got to say, like the first pitch that he threw, that he clubs for the home run, the slider, it was a bad throw.
Yes.
That was a horrible throw.
Yep.
But the second one, the home run that he hit, 96 miles an hour right at the bottom of the zone. Honestly, like it was I think that was just a great swing and decision from Spencer Horwitz. He smoked that thing. It's funny because the RBI double in the 5th was thrown in, I think in almost if you could overlay the strike zone, it was thrown, it felt like in almost the exact same location as the first home run. And it was a slider again, except this time, instead of an 88-mile-an-hour slider that gets hung, it's an 82-mile-an-hour slider. Like, you can't be throwing those if you're a starting pitcher, which is too bad for Swellenbach because he did have he's been pretty good for a rookie, but Spencer Horwitz makes him pay. The fourth hit, was off of Holmes later in the game, but boy, Spencer Horwitz is nasty. Like I said this approximately, and to you a bunch of times, but I've said this a million times, that Horwitz is on the team next year, and we kind of knew this already, but he is a problem when it comes to what he can do against right-handed pitching. And I think a lot of these guys also struggle to a certain extent against lefties, and Horwitz is what he is when it comes to the way he bats. But like he's also making pretty much no money. He's making $740,000 this year, and because he got called up pretty late in his career, I mean, he got called up last season for like a cup of coffee, but as Ben and Chris were talking about, he obviously has gotten called up for the largest chunk of this season, about half the year. He's under contract for quite some time, and he, for a guy doing what he does to righties, making as little as he does, that's a great place to be if you're the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I think he's got to continue to hit homers. He really does, because it looks like, based on the last few weeks, I would argue it's become a trend. They are exhibiting a lot of caution when it comes to him playing second base right now. And as a result, you better be able to do what you did tonight on occasion. Now, you're not going to go 4 for 5 every night. No, that's not going to happen. But you got to be a run producer if you're going to factor into the equation. That's the tricky part with him, is you like what you see. You like a lot of the at-bats. You certainly love when he can tap into the power. That is a big part of it. Where does he play? Where does he play? That is the big question with him. It's nice that he is cost-effective. And there's still a fair bit of control attached to him because he hasn't, even though despite his age, he hasn't broken through at the major league level until this season. I know, Ben and Chris referenced this on the broadcast tonight. He's now up to 11 homers at the major league level this year. In total, if we account for his prior minor league numbers before the call-up, it's his 15th homer of the season. He's up to 15 homers overall in 2024. It's the most he's ever hit as a pro baseball player. He never had a season in college where he hit 15 homers or more in a single season. So at the very least, you're talking about maybe a guy that did it in high school, maybe, but who knows?
Yeah.
Is it a thing or not? And that is the big question, because if this is sustainable, if the power element of his game is sustainable and he's tapped into something new here, then maybe it does change your thought process and where he factors in to the equation for your team moving forward. The part of the appeal of him playing second base was because you really like the bat and a lot of the potential that existed there. But if he's going to have to be your DH or play first base to be on the team, you got to be a consistent offensive producer and a threat when you step in the box. Tonight's a good step. He clearly heard us, and he delivered with a big performance.
So there are about 3 weeks left in the season.
Yeah.
At this point, there's the last game against the Braves. There's 3 games against the Mets, 3 against the Cardinals, 3 against the Rangers, 3 in Tampa, 3 against the Red Sox, 3 against the Marlins. So that's the remainder of the year. The year is over after that. I've asked this question about a lot of different people, and I'm curious where you fall on this for Horwitz in particular, because, we always say, and for Horwitz, it would not be a small sample size because he's played for much of the year in the majors, but we always say, oh, well, small sample sizes, how many conclusions can you really draw from having a small sample size? And if Horwitz really turns on the power in these last 3 weeks, essentially, starting tomorrow's the 8th, which is the 4th last Sunday in the season. Obviously, the last Sunday is the final day of the season, right? So about 3 weeks. Like if he starts to hit for more power, would that really change your mind as to what he is? Like, or would you have to still see more from Spencer Horwitz in the power department going into next year? Because I think it's a done deal. Frankly, it's been a done deal for quite some time that he's going to be a major league player with the Blue Jays next season. I think that's been a done deal for, frankly, a couple months at this point. Same goes for Ernie Clement. I don't know what their exact roles will be next year, and we can talk about that certainly. But I am curious because I said before that developments down the stretch of the year could, at least in part, help the Blue Jays find out where they really need to spend that money going forward. Because to your point, I mean, if he's going to play at first base and Vladdy's going to play at third, or if Vladdy's going to DH a little bit more next year, and you're trying to, because like you said, the second base experiment seems to be over for Spencer Horwitz. You mentioned to me in the pregame show, but we're coming up on about a month of him last making an actual start at second base, and today he played first, Spencer Horwitz. But if that's the case, and you're getting actual power from Spencer Horwitz, how much more does he have to hit at first base to alter the Blue Jays' plans in free agency and in the offseason? Because I would actually say there's almost nothing he can do on that. Like, if they have their sights set on like Pete Alonso in the offseason, there's probably nothing he can do, I think, to change people's minds that Pete Alonso wouldn't be a better power option, because Pete Alonso is probably one of the best power hitters in all of baseball, I would say, right? So if that's the case, then there's not much you can really change your mind to. But if they weren't going to go shopping for Pete Alonso or even Christian Walker, then I mean, maybe that is a way to alleviate if you're not going to have Vladdy play first base because he's playing third base sometimes next year. It's just the trickle-down effect on what happens in the offseason is really fascinating. But I am curious if there's enough of time remaining for that to be changed for you for Horwitz.
Not really. I mean, it's tough when it's only 3 weeks. And he's been in the big leagues for a more extended period of time at this point. He has, the sample size is larger with him compared to a lot of other guys. Is it positive that you saw what you saw tonight? Sure. Is it positive that you think maybe there's more in there in terms of power upside? Sure. But I don't know that my opinion will drastically change. I still think we need to get out of the realm of hoping for things to happen, and you got to start making things happen. You got to start injecting some bona fide studs in your lineup, guys with pedigree, some track record, some real history of success. I hate to put it in those terms, but that's what that's where you are right now.
So let me ask you this. If you whiff, okay, let's say the plan is to play Vladdy at third base next year. Let's just say. I don't know if I really love that idea, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Vladdy's going to play at third base in 2025, and you're going to have it'll probably be, I think it was Nick Ashbourne who brought this up with me, but it'll probably be like the Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez days for the Detroit Tigers, where he did start at third, but then kind of they would still shift him over to first base quite a lot of the time. So that, the Prince Fielder days, those days, right? You could probably do that if Vladdy's starts, quote unquote, at third base, if you have a suitable option at first base. And again, I think if you're starting your offseason with the plan that Spencer Horwitz is in that first base hole and Vladdy is at third, I'm not sure it's the right move. But if you whiff on Alonso and you're trying to, if Vladdy's still moving around the team, he's DHing a little bit as he has a little bit more this season, and he is playing a third a little bit more. If that's a part of the slam dunk plans next year, I think I'd be okay with Horwitz being the backup first baseman, essentially.
Yes, I guess. But would I feel great about it? No. Respectfully to Spencer Horwitz, I don't want Spencer Horwitz starting opening day at first base.
No, I don't think he will. I don't think he will. No.
Okay, so as long as that's not the case, as long as that is not the plan that they're going to try and sell us and sell the fan base when they get to February and have to address the media and talk about what they've done with their team, and they're saying, oh boy, we're really excited about Spence, he tapped into his power a little bit. Oh God. Again, hope is not a strategy. We've been down that road many times before. Show me something with some real pedigree, credibility on the back of the baseball card that will make me believe in what you're trying to tell me. I think another layer here, is the fact that they've deviated slightly from Spencer Horwitz playing second base. Well, what does that mean for second base?
Sure.
Now, Wagner played great today. Another solid night for him at the plate. Will Wagner. I think there's a lot to like about Will Wagner, right? He covers all 4 quadrants of the strike zone really well. Works really competitive at bats. And we've seen him do damage on pitches when mistakes are made. So he deserves a lot of credit. But now that you're maybe removing Horwitz from that equation, where does it leave things? Because Wagner's sample is also very small.
It's very small. I agree.
It's smaller than what Spencer Horwitz had provided at second base. In fact, believe it or not, Spencer Horwitz has played the most innings of any Blue Jays player at second base this season. And that's saying something because he hasn't been playing second base all that long, and yet he's occupied the most innings out of any player on the roster or outside of the organization. And we include IKF, we include Kevin Biggio. That includes everybody.
Yeah.
And yet now they're deviating from that. So what is the goal? What are you doing at second base? Is it because you want more flexibility to perhaps upgrade? That's where your upgrade's going to come? If you are telling me, Show, that you're going to get your offensive upgrade, one of your offensive upgrades is going to come via second base, sure. If Spencer Horwitz then has to play first base, I guess I can wrap my head around it. But as long as you're adding 2 or 3 legitimate bats to your lineup that are going to help infuse more power, more potency into this lineup, if that's the case, then fine. It's very situational right now with Spencer Horwitz.
I do agree with you. Like it does depend a lot on what happens in the offseason, and I'm not really sure. Beyond Bowden Francis becoming a real piece for the Blue Jays in the last month and a bit, I'm not sure there is enough time for the rest of the season in order to say, well, this is this particular position player problem has been locked up, it's been sewn up, and we don't talk about it anymore because it's going to be backfilled internally. I don't think you even can get there, barring some like a Barry Bonds type stretch from one person. And even then, I think you'd say, okay, well, it was only 3 weeks, right? So if that's the case, you're not going to really solve any of these questions until the offseason. There's a text here from Jeff in Niagara. He says, do you mean we need someone who had the pedigree of Jose Bautista before we got him? Problem with this organization, all book ready, no gut feeling. And look, it's a fair comparison because Jose became Jose later in his career. You can never...
Same with Edwin.
Edwin too. You can't rule it out, certainly. But it's just, I feel like the chances of that happening are low. They're low for a reason because that just doesn't happen that often. And I'm not saying you need to have every one of your top prospects needs to be taken in the top 5 picks of the draft in order for them to be difference makers. That's not, I think, generally speaking, how the MLB draft works. Just from in a general sense.
Yep.
But I think you do need someone with a little bit more pedigree.
Yeah.
For not to, and it's not. I'm not even talking about replacing Spencer Horwitz because again, if the biggest thumpers next year end up being added in the outfield, right? If it ends up being a DH and a left fielder that are your biggest hitters in terms of additions being added to the 2025 Blue Jays, and you go into the season with whatever situation internally at second, whatever situation internally at third, and at first base, I think I'd be okay with it because they've shown you can get okay production to even good to great production from a lot of those guys. You mentioned Will Wagner, sample size pretty small. Spencer Horwitz, it's a little bit bigger. David Schneider, perhaps even bigger, but he's had less results as of late. There are a lot of differing results from a lot of these guys. But if you're talking, I think for me, if you're talking about Vladdy's your starting first baseman next year, and Barger and Clemente, you're starting third baseman next year, and the backup first baseman is Spencer Horwitz on days where Vladdy's at third or Vladdy's DHing, I think I'm fine with that, personally. And the second base leaves a bit of a question mark, obviously. That can be solved internally. Someone probably isn't going to get traded in the offseason because there are just too many guys to fill too few spots, essentially.
Yep.
That's just the reality of it. They could always sign a second baseman. If Ha-Seong Kim is a starting second baseman for this team next year, wouldn't be shocked, frankly, and he would be great at that in terms of defensive prowess, if not offensively necessarily. But like you said, there are a lot of ways you could go in this. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are numbers for you to call, 590-590, name and location. I want to go to the back to the text line, actually, Daniele, and there's a text here from Mike in Toronto. And Mike says, so he actually texted about both two guys having great nights tonight. Lucas and Wagner make singles to center right field look like table stakes. Man, oh man, fun to watch. They are fun to watch, I got to say.
They're good.
Will Wagner is interesting. We talked a little bit about him already, but Will Wagner I find very fascinating, Daniele, because, again, the sample size is so small. He is a bit of an older prospect. But again, I think there is a spot for him on the team next year. Again, to the same conversation we were just having, it depends on what happens in the offseason. But it's interesting because he has pretty much only started at second base. He doesn't really play any other positions when he starts a game. I think there's maybe even once or twice where he was shifted elsewhere. There was a game, I think, when they were winning by a lot and he played first base, I think, for a couple innings. But in terms of starts, I think he's only started at second base when he makes a start. So Boy, I mean, Will Wagner is fascinating to me. I think, again, he probably starts the year 2025 as a Blue Jay and not a Bison. But again, the cascading effect on what happens for the rest of the team really does depend on what happens in the offseason, I would say.
I think that's a great point. To go back to the text from Jeff in Niagara, this just ties in to his comments earlier. And I think what Jeff mentioned is fair in terms of that worked out for the Blue Jays 10 years ago. They were fortunate that the core of their team, the Bautista, the Donaldson, and in Donaldson's case, there was pedigree, but when he came here, he really took everything to a different level. Obviously, won an MVP. Edwin and Jose Bautista were castaways, right? They were guys that were later in their 20s already at that point before they finally figured it out. Not everybody's operating on the same timeline. Of course, it's not a linear progression. Things are going to happen. The development curve is non-linear for a reason. It's a curve. It's not a straight line. And so I get that point. I really, really do. I think it's fair. But when this front office and this organization have for the past 2-3 years already veered down this road of trying to bank on a lot of internal growth and improvement, that is where the argument loses a little bit of weight, because they've already, in theory, tried this, right? Where they've tried to sell you on the potential of Alejandro Kirk, on the potential of Kevin Biggio, on the potential of, and insert player name here. They've tried this a lot, right? And now that they've failed at that, or it's yielded mixed results, a playoff appearance but no playoff wins, you have to go out and try, because your job is on the line, to go out and augment the roster with something meaningful. That is the difference right now. They're in a position where they can't take flyers anymore. They have to be risk takers, but not with the younger players. They have to be risk takers with guys that have some legitimate track record of success at the major league level. That's where they need to invest their chips at this particular juncture when building the roster. So that's how I interpret the difference, because every team, every organization is going to take those flyers. They're going to want to develop players. They're going to have an appetite to see some of those cost-effective options emerge for them. Of course, but the Jays aren't in that position anymore. Sorry, you're running out of time. The runway is short. You got to deliver as quickly as possible, and that's why it's now imperative for them to go out and get people that you aren't just hoping for whatever the ceiling might entail.
Right.
You're actually saying this is the baseline of what we can probably expect, because they've done it for X amount of years already.
I find these conversations interesting, I think largely because there's so many what ifs when it goes into, when you're going into next year. Obviously, you can't know what's happening because the season's not over yet. And then even free agency won't really get going until well after the World Series. So we're still quite a ways away from finding the answers to a lot of these solutions. But I do think it's interesting to have the conversation about how many positions you can reasonably fill from within the team, because out of necessity, some of them have to be. You cannot, and no matter, I don't care what team you are or how good or bad your farm system is, or at the different league, different levels of the minor league system, but you will, in some way, shape, or form, have to backfill from within, right? And with the Blue Jays, we can have the conversation about what Spencer Horwitz's role is. We can have the conversation about Will Wagner's role. I do think that where it gets really fascinating for me is seeing guys like Nathan Lucas, because Nathan Lucas, I'm genuinely not sure how much he can even factor into next year's plans. He's an outfielder. He has made the most of his time with the Blue Jays, but he's not. You kind of joke that off the top that these guys aren't exactly young, because Ernie Clement, I think he's 28. Spencer Horwitz is not that far behind him. These guys are not the youngest of people for guys who are only making their biggest contributions at the major league level this year, essentially. But Nathan Lucas is 30, and he was probably hurt by certainly the fact that he was a left-handed bat, and he when the season started, after having a pretty good season last year in the minors, when the season started this year, Lucas was probably hurt by the fact that both Varsho and Kiermaier were also left-handed bats, so you couldn't really have 3 of your 4, like even if you didn't believe in Davis Schneider, which they did at the time, but even if you didn't, do you really want to have 3 of your 4 outfield bats be lefties? Probably not, right? So or do you want to have him like, be the replacement for Kiermaier, have them both be left-handed? No, it's the same kind of conversation we're having about Horwitz and Wagner, or we had about them before the experiment at second base ended up being kind of put to bed, essentially, right? So I think that's why Lucas kind of got a little hurt by circumstance, like through no fault of his own. He kind of got hurt. He's a little older, and then I think when he finally could have gotten called up, he had the thumb injury, and he had surgery, and then he was down for a while. It's just bit of bad luck, I think, prevented Nathan Lucas from getting to where he is today. Tonight, though, 3 hits, playing pretty well, and again, a relatively short stint. So we talk about sample size; it's certainly a part of it. But the last hit from Lucas, I did want to give him some credit on this. It was in the 9th inning. Mm-hmm. It was an RBI single, Cassius Clement on third base. The ball, it was a slider that was maybe like 2 or 3 inches below the zone, and he golfs it for essentially a line drive RBI single. To the texter's point, like, he is making the most of his opportunities. This is what John Schneider had to say, because of course he was asked about the continuing success about Nathan Lucas. This is what John Schneider had to say about Lucas having a 3-hit night.
Good at bats, man. I mean, he's, again, quietly, I've said this before, I feel like Nate's been on our team for 2 years, and unfortunate timing with the injury this year for him and for us, but he just has consistent at bats. Hit the ball hard, kind of sprayed the ball around. I love the consistency of what he brings when he's in there. So can't really say enough. Nate's kind of, I think, proven that he can play here and compete here, and just happy for him for the results tonight.
It certainly sounds like Nathan Lucas will probably be up with the team for the rest of the season. Like, I gotta think, right? Because Bo, we talked about this a little bit in the pregame show, but Bo going to come back at some point. I'm going to conservatively say by the time they go on the road to play the Rangers, which is mid-September. I think it's the 16th or 17th. I think it's the 17th. The off day on the Monday is the 16th. So let's say that's when Bo returns. Someone's going to have to go down, even with the expanded rosters. I don't know. It feels pretty likely it would end up being like De Los Santos versus Lucas, because Lucas is playing so well. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I don't think any of us are thinking, even if he has a torrid month of September, that Lucas is going to be a Blue Jay. Or, pardon me, maybe not a Blue Jay next year, but like he could be in the system next year, but that he will be a Blue Jay for the majority of next season, like beyond an injury replacement. Or, I mean, who knows? He could get traded as well.
Yeah, tricky for a guy that's 30 years old, and in terms of what the trade value would be there. However, he deserves credit. I mean, he's looked good, and 10 for 18 since being recalled and added to the major league roster. He's certainly making an impact, and we've seen this before. Like. Yeah. It does feel like the Blue Jays do have a lot of redundancy stylistically with some of these younger players. And again, I'm not going to, he's 30 years old, gosh. But in terms of these guys that are more.
Say a 30-year-old is like an old man.
He's not an old man. He's not. That's not the case at all. And honestly, in his situation, even as John Schneider alluded to, circumstances really just haven't worked out for him. Yeah. Look at the roster construction. Look at the position he plays, and relative to the other guys there, what his role or opportunity would be like. It's been difficult for him to break through. He probably makes this team in 2024 out of spring training if, Daniel Vogelbach isn't on the roster, or if Kevin Kiermaier isn't on the roster at that point. He's probably on the team, because you could clearly argue, and I remember having this discussion, and as much as it was, certainly a topic that was, more tertiary and not a primary concern, you're thinking, who has more utility, Daniel Vogelbach or Nathan Lucas? Probably Nathan Lucas, to be quite honest with you. Can play the outfield, can run the bases, hits for average, and is a contact hitter. There's something there. But on this team, with their current roster build, difficult for it to work. So he's got the chance right now, and I know they clearly like him. They really do think highly of him. It's just going to be difficult to earn regular at-bats on this team going forward if they do what they're supposed to do. Yes, they're going to have to backfill certain positions internally. That's part of the equation, no question. You can't go out and spend $500 million and just bring in 6 new everyday players. I know that doesn't work. I get it. I understand that. But it's just difficult for me to envision a role for Nathan Lucas on this team going into next year when he's also even got a younger guy in Joey Loperfido that's there. And what is Davis Schneider and his potential? Can he find a way to rebound because they like him as well? So where do all these things land? And given that he is a high contact guy, the Jays have other players on the roster, the Horowitzes and the Wagners of the world, that follow that very same prototypical skill set. They have that skill set, and it's going to be challenging for him, in my estimation, to have a long-term fit here with the Blue Jays.
Yeah, I think Nathan Lucas fits the bill as someone who will be traded for a reliever of some kind. Like we talk about needs for the Blue Jays next year. I mean, you need to rebuild the bullpen almost entirely. Like there are a handful of guys, and it's probably Green, Cabrera, Romano, Swanson, maybe Swanson. Like Swanson's a big maybe. Frankly, there's even a question mark about Jordan Romano making $8 million next year, right? So it's a lot of money for a guy who's been injured a lot. So I think like there are not a lot of sure things in the bullpen, and you probably could use some of this depth when it comes to the Lucases of the world. Maybe less so Barger because he's a little younger, but those kinds of players when it comes to solving these log jams. I mean, they got their work cut out for them, the team, because they got to figure out which of these guys will end up being reliable players. But Lucas at 30, I think, does strike me as someone who you could trade and be a starter, an everyday starter for some other team that requires the help in the outfield. Like I don't know what teams would do that, but I firmly believe that even at 30, he could be an everyday starter for a team that doesn't have a lot of depth. He could be an everyday starter for the White Sox. He can be an everyday starter for the Athletics. He can be an everyday starter for the Marlins. He absolutely could be. Like there's no doubt in my mind. But is he an everyday starter for the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Phillies? Like probably not. But I mean, those teams aren't trading you relievers anyways, right? So I think that's where we're at. Like those are the conversations we're going to be having in the offseason. That's Daniele Franceschi. I'm Show Ali. Let's take a quick break, Daniele. And when we come back, we'll go back to the text line. I see a couple of texts here when it comes to positions the Jays need to improve. Some other texts as well. 590, name and location. Still some time to give us a call. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. We're here until the top of the hour. Again, you're listening to Jays Talk. Show and Daniele with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekdays starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on bluejays.com/workfromdome.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This October on Sportsnet.
Did you see that?
Be here for a brand new season.
rivalries. Be here for superstars. Because once the action starts, here we go. The excitement is here to stay. October 8th, the puck drops here.
Are you ready?
Sportsnet, here for hockey.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
He's been grinding, went out there, he had a little bit, I thought he was a little bit dizzy, he just had a little bit of a headache. He's been pretty sick for the past 10 days, and I think just looking at his last 2 outings, 12 innings and 1 run, it's pretty damn good. So could have easily sent him back, just didn't really want to push him. 15th win the season, career high, says a lot about Hosey.
Hosey having a great outing for the Toronto Blue Jays. That's John Schneider talking about Jose Berrios and his 6 innings of 1-run ball, 90 pitches thrown for Berrios. But great stuff as the Blue Jays do even this series, a 1-game apiece, 9-5. They beat the Braves in Atlanta. You're listening to Jays Talk here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. I'm Show Ali alongside Daniele Franceschi. We're here until the top of the hour. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Got about 10 minutes before we are out of here. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's text line. And it's always open. We'll go back to the text line in a sec, Daniele, but I did want to chat a little bit about Hosey having a great night. 6 innings, 5 hits allowed, 1 run, which was earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, 90 pitches, 60 strikes. That was his box score line tonight. He has a 6-0 record in his last 6 starts. He has a 1.55 ERA in his last 6 starts, including tonight. Tonight, he nabbed his 15th win, which is a career high. I know wins are not the be-all, end-all statistic that they perhaps have been viewed as, but still a career high for him. 15 wins so far this season, and he's at 98 career wins after tonight with a handful of starts to go in the season. So it does seem at least possible. I don't know, likely, because wins are what they are, but possible that he gets to 100 career wins, certainly this season. But John Schneider talked about it. It was kind of interesting because he did really, you can't really see because we're here at Baseball Control, but he was kind of like rubbing his forehead, and he kind of took his hat off a couple times, and it kind of seemed like maybe he was dealing with like a headache of some kind or congestion. You heard Schneider talk about it. He's been pretty sick, so that seems about right, which I think makes sense as to why he did not come back out with a massive lead for the 7th inning, only 90 pitches. I kind of thought, all right, like I know they manage workloads as much as they possibly can, but I genuinely thought there was a chance he'd come back out for the 7th, but hey, I mean, you know what? He turns in a quality start and gets his 15th career win. I guess they figure with a massive lead, you give the guy a bit of a blow.
It's funny, he's been on the mound for each of the last 2 Blue Jays victories because, of course, prior to today, their most recent victory was a week ago in Minnesota. And in that outing, the 15-0 shutout win.
That's right.
He only threw 63 pitches, although he was scoreless through 6 innings. So they lifted him very early in that start where the pitch count was really low. It's 63 pitches. I mean, you see guys obviously have a much longer leash than that. So there is something, it seems like, going on there. But he was excellent. The Blue Jays have been very good and have fared well in Berrios starts this year. You mentioned the career high 15 wins for him individually, but the Jays on the season now 20-9 when Jose Berrios takes the mound for them. That is very positive.
That's great.
Very encouraging to see that level of winning production come while one of your main starters is on the hill. The main thing with him, it's the same story routinely. If he commands his fastball, the other stuff works off his fastball really, really well. And today felt like his changeup wasn't necessarily getting to where he wanted it to be early on. As he progressed, it was a lot better, and his slurve is always nasty. He was just excellent and a joy to watch yet again in what is now his 6th consecutive win.
So he threw 90 pitches tonight, and you mentioned the fastball usage. He leaned heavily on the sinker. He threw it 37 of 90 times. He threw the slurve 23 times, which, as we've discussed, is a pitch he has had trouble with this season. Like, we know that is, when it's working, his best pitch. But this season, like on the whole of the season, I've found he has leaned less on the slurve because it just seems to be the command seems to be eluding him on a consistent basis, whereas he seems to command the sinker pretty well. So he threw the sinker a lot tonight. He actually only threw, because he'd also in the last couple of starts and at times leaned on the four-seam fastball a little bit more. Tonight, 90 pitches thrown, he threw the four-seam fastball 16 times. So I kind of wonder if it's because he found a little bit more success with that sinker. But it is interesting to see how the split, like four-seamer or like the quote-unquote two-seamer with the sinker. But I mean, it's interesting to see how the usage of those fastballs has changed over the course of the whole season. Because, of course, at the beginning of the season, he had great luck at the beginning of the season too. Like, he had an ERA of below 1 at the beginning of the year, and then it kind of, like, I think that BABIP and the FIP didn't quite hold up as much as you would think. So the FIP really for Berrios, but even when that turned around for him, he kind of started to shy away from the slurve. But I find it fascinating to see how the usage of the fastball has both ticked up and down at different times this year.
The interesting thing with his sinker, fastball, however you want to phrase it, what's interesting with that pitch, and we know Berrios has a propensity for giving up a lot of homers, right? He's 28 home runs allowed this season, second most in Major League Baseball. Tonight, obviously, he was able to escape without allowing a long ball. But where he's gotten in trouble with that two-seamer sinking action is when that pitch starts leaning back across the heart of the plate. And that's happened routinely. That's something that he's continued to try and refine is, regardless if he's throwing it arm side or glove side, that pitch has a tendency to kind of leak a little bit. And it's that leaking action at the end that leaves him in vulnerable positions.
Yeah.
And so when he's commanding it well, that is where you get outings like today, or as you've seen the last month plus, where he's just able to get into a rhythm, get ahead, and then put guys away because his secondary pitches are really good. Like, they're really, really sharp. Whether it's his changeup or his slurve, he's able to create a lot of deception and work off that sinker fastball action. That is important. That's the foundation for him. And it's huge. And we've seen him be elite, not just good, but elite when he's truly in command of all of his pitches.
590, name and location. Wanted to get to a couple of texts here in the last couple of minutes. Darren. Okay, so Darren is in Forest. Now, Forest is capitalized. So I assume he meant to say like Forest Hill, or maybe that is the name of a town, for example, in the GTA somewhere. I'm not making fun. I genuinely am curious because maybe,
or maybe he's in a forest.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. I'm not sure. But Darren does text in Forest to say, logjam of players, minimal opportunity to show you belong, intense psychological environment, poor development programs. All have to be overcome. Oh, Darren says it's near Grand Bend. So there you go. So maybe where you are, Darren, is called Forest, Ontario. So if that's the case, awesome. But he says all those things have to be overcome. Agreed on poor development programs. It's worked out for a lot fewer people than I think you would have liked for it to have worked out for. And a lot of the best prospects on the team right now were acquired from other teams. So you want to see more changes in that sense. But a logjam of players, minimal opportunity to show you belong, dead on, like bang on. Like, I think that's why it's tough for me to say with 3 weeks left in the regular season, less than 20 games. I think it's tough for me to be like, oh, well, yeah, for sure no answer to question X by September 30th. I don't think we will, honestly.
No chance.
Barring, like, unless the question is about Vladdy, being near the top of the league in batting average, maybe. But I mean, if we're talking about the guys for whom question marks exist next year, I don't know that we will.
Yeah, you know what? I completely agree. I also think if I had to take a dart throw and say, all right, of all these quote unquote prospects we've seen over the last month plus, if I had to say let's pick one position that I'd be comfortable with you internally filling that role.
All right.
My dart throw would go second base with Will Wagner. That's where I would go.
I think I'm with you.
I would go there. And that's even, all due respect to Ernie Clement. I really must say that because he's been great, but I would go second base.
There's a text here from David Nanaimo to your point, and Dave says the Jays can't acquire 5 new starters. I think he means position players for next season. 2 of those spots have to be internal options for economic and development purposes. Second base is one of those 2 spots for Dave, he says. The other can be left field, third base, or shortstop, but only one. And I mean, he doesn't mention it, but DH, I think, like by definition, has to be that spot because I don't think there is like a slam dunk DH. Like other than Vladdy, and you want Vladdy to play the field more, right? So I think I get what Dave is saying. I actually think for me, I kind of agree with you, less so with Dave, unfortunately, that I don't think I would make second base a spot you need to go out and get someone. If you can get a great second baseman, then sure. But if your platoon at second base next year, if you believe Horwitz is not a part of that solution, and that platoon next year is Wagner and Clement, I think I'd be all right with that.
For sure.
Frankly, I think I would be. If you didn't have to expend resources towards second base.
I agree with that. I don't think you can afford to go into next season at third base with Ernie Clement, Addison Barger. It doesn't do it for me. That inspires zero confidence. Second base, I agree. I can wrap my head around if we're trying to sell a Wagner Clement tandem there. Sure, by all means. To me, that's palatable. But as long as you're continuing to upgrade the lineup with more offense, that's the fundamental key to all of this is, are you doing enough to upgrade the offense in a meaningful way? And if you do it by whatever means that entails, I'm all for it, man. That's where we're at now. Score some runs.
You are always dependable, Danielle.
Oh, thank you.
I would place my bets on you filling any position we needed in the Jays Talk rotation.
I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you.
It's always a lot of fun. That is Daniele Franceschi. I'm Joe Alley. Appreciate you all being with us on Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Hensall and Lambton Shores, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. For Daniele Franceschi, Ben Schulman, Chris LaRue, Tom Young, Nick Blackmore, I'm Joe Alley. That does it for us. We are out of here. Jesse Rubinoff is back with me tomorrow. He and I will put a bow on the series in Atlanta. The Jays will come back home at the beginning of the week to play the Mets on Monday. But have a great evening, everyone. Sleep fast. We'll talk to you later.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game. It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet. Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall. Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just 2 teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
T1, Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
New York Mets manager Carlos Mendoza joined SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to talk about the winning mentality of Francisco Lindor.
We're talking about one of the best players in the game, and a great human being and a guy that cares so much about the franchise and how bad he wants to win here. And I remember this was, we were playing in Miami after a tough loss. We were driving back to the hotel. We were on the bus. I was just trying to find ways to give a lineup a different look. And, just having a conversation with him, and he's like, I said, what about leading off? And, he was like, when I first came up to the league, I was the leadoff guy with Cleveland. I felt like I needed to be the guy that got on base, set the table, run the bases, and, I can impact the game in a lot of different ways. And it's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing it here. What do you think? And it was like I said, he's all about the team. He's all about winning. And the one thing he said is, if we're going to do it, let's give it a run here. Since that day, man, he took off. The on base, the impact, the way he's running the bases, he's at bat. Again, he throws, man, and his ability to play, a premium position, such an elite level, is pretty impressive. The way he prepares, the way he goes about his business, he's very meticulous about his routine. And again, he's home now here in New York, and just having the pleasure to and the honor to write his name in a lineup day in and day out, that's a good feeling for a manager.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850, Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 854, Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m., Texas Rangers taking the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180, and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals taking the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99, XM 181, and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m., Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m., LA Dodgers taking the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish Feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m., New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m., Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs taking the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National Feed on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m., New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850, Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 854, Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861, Nationals on Internet 869.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
The Cleveland Guardians' earned run average is number 1 in the league right now, and stopping by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio is Guardians starting pitcher Ben Lively to discuss the team and how they pulled that off.
Yeah, like seeing those guys this year is just insane. Like I say, like we want to go really far, and like that's why we give it our all. Like, even when we have those short games, like you don't want them too much, but like even when we give the ball to those guys, it's like no question. And I've told people all year, like those guys just bully guys. Like they get on the mound and guys know they're defeated, and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to watch.
I just like the guy that impresses me. Probably, I mean, obviously Class A is ridiculous, but like Cade Smith's fastball is metrically one of the best in baseball, and it just seems like he can tell guys that it's coming, and they have no chance against that. Like if you were to, maybe outside of the cutter from Class A, like if you were to select a pitch from one of the relievers that you wanted, would it be his heater?
It would absolutely be Cade Smith's fastball. And like I mean, it's so awesome watching Cade work. He busts his butt all day long, and you see him get on the mound. He knows what he's going to do, and he just executes. And he just lets it rip. And like that, honestly, like watching those guys like do that has helped me like get in that situation. Like when I have the guys on scoring position and I'm on the mound, it's so cool.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98 XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m. Texas Rangers taking the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180 and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals taking the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99, XM 181 and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres taking the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers taking the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs taking the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Host Jim Bowden was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to talk about the Philadelphia Phillies and why he thinks they're the most complete team in the league right now without any issues.
The Philadelphia Phillies have the most complete team without any issues for me. They've got four really good starters, a deep, strong bullpen, really good defense, big offensive players that can carry you, and they've got camaraderie and culture that is off the charts. Like, scored 80 out of 80 on a scouting scale. So I think the Dodgers and Phillies are the two best teams in the National League, and I think if the two best teams end up in the NLCS, I think it's going to be them. I mean, look, these guys are winners. They're going to win the NL East, and they're going to have a legitimate shot of winning the World Series. They are thoroughbreds. I mean, this is elite. They have a starting rotation 1 to 4 that can match up with anybody in the National League. They have superstar talents throughout their lineup. They have experience of winning and being at the World Series. They have an incredible fan base, and they can beat you in many different ways. They can beat you with their power. They can beat you with speed. They can beat you with the glove. And they have an elite bullpen. And, you know, you look at this team, they're as good as anybody in baseball.
That was host Jim Bowden on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m. Texas Rangers taking the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180, and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals taking the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99, XM 181, and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers taking the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs taking the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m., Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
To talk about the New York Yankees, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 was on to discuss how important to the lineup Giancarlo Stanton is.
There's no undermining how important he is in the lineup. If he can continue to just give them some sort of power consistency, right? Be able to give a little bit of that protection, swing the bat like we saw yesterday, using the middle of the field, going dead center. I think we all know after watching Giancarlo now for a lot of years, in which you talked about 10 years with 25 homers, when he's going best, he's using the opposite field, driving the ball with backspin the other way. So if he can do that, we know that he'll have success. But it's been great watching his ability to do that. And also, when you talk about being dwarfed, I think Judge dwarfs Giancarlo, because after Giancarlo had that MVP season and then went over to the Yankees, he never got back to those numbers. And what those numbers look like are what Judge's numbers look like consistently now. So it's almost weird, because you've expected Giancarlo to be that type of player, but he just hasn't, and a lot of that has to do with injuries. But now the production is coming from other places, and I think that's what you can be excited about as a Yankees fan, because they go through these lulls. Even Jazz Chisholm, good day. Rizzo got himself a couple of RBIs. It's good to see it from the lower part of the lineup as well.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs taking the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m. Texas Rangers taking the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180, and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals taking the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99, XM 181, and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98, XM 182, and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94, XM 179, and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m. Kansas City Royals taking the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers taking the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98 XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM, Channel 89.
New York Mets manager Carlos Mendoza joined SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to talk about the winning mentality of Francisco Lindor.
We're talking about one of the best players in the game, and a great human being and a guy that cares so much about the franchise and how bad he wants to win here. And I remember this was, we were playing in Miami after a tough loss. We were driving back to the hotel. We were on the bus. I was just trying to find ways to give a lineup a different look. And, just having a conversation with him, and he's like, I said, what about leading off? And, he was like, when I first came up to the league, I was the leadoff guy with Cleveland. I felt like I needed to be the guy that got on base, set the table, run the bases, and, I can impact the game in a lot of different ways. And it's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing it here. What do you think? And it was like I said, he's all about the team. He's all about winning. And the one thing he said is, if we're going to do it, let's give it a run here. Since that day, man, he took off. The on base, the impact, the way he's running the bases, he's at bat. Again, he throws, man, and his ability to play, a premium position, such an elite level, is pretty impressive. The way he prepares, the way he goes about his business, he's very meticulous about his routine. And again, he's home now here in New York, and just having the pleasure and the honor to write his name in a lineup day in and day out, that's a good feeling for a manager.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m. Texas Rangers taking the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180 and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99 XM 181 and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98 XM 182 and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94 XM 179 and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211 XM 178 and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210 XM 177 and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers taking the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs taking the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98 XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles taking the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's taking the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
The Cleveland Guardians' earned run average is number 1 in the league right now, and stopping by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio is Guardians starting pitcher Ben Lively to discuss the team and how they pulled that off.
Yeah, like seeing those guys this year is just insane. Like I say, like we want to go really far, and like that's why we give it our all. Like even when we have those short games, like you don't want them too much, but like even when we give the ball to those guys, it's like no question. And I've told people all year, like those guys just bully guys. Like they get on the mound and guys know they're defeated, and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to watch.
I just like the guy that impresses me. Probably, I mean, obviously Class A is ridiculous, but like Cade Smith's fastball is metrically one of the best in baseball. And it just seems like he can tell guys that it's coming and they have no chance against that. Like if you were to, maybe outside of the cutter from Class A, like if you were to select a pitch from one of the relievers that you wanted, would it be his heater?
It would absolutely be Cade Smith's fastball. And like I mean, it's so awesome watching Cade work. He busts his butt all day long, and you see him get on the mound. He knows what he's going to do, and he just executes. And he just lets it rip. And like that, honestly, like watching those guys like do that has helped me like get in that situation. Like when I have the guys on scoring position and I'm on the mound, it's so cool.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98 XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 850. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 4:10 p.m. Miami Marlins face the Philadelphia Phillies. Marlins on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 854. Phillies on Internet 860. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Washington Nationals. Pirates on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 861. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:05 p.m. Texas Rangers take on the LA Angels. Rangers on Sirius 103, XM 180 and Internet 867. Angels on Internet 852. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Seattle Mariners. Cardinals on Sirius 99, XM 181 and Internet 865. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Colorado Rockies. Brewers on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 855. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:15 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Chicago White Sox. Red Sox on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 843. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:15 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Minnesota Twins. Royals on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 851. Twins on Internet 856. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Braves on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 841. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 8:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the San Francisco Giants. Padres on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 862. Giants on Internet 863. 9:10 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the Cleveland Guardians. Dodgers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 853. Guardians on Internet 847. Spanish feed on Internet 871. In MLS, 7:30 p.m. New York Red Bulls face Sporting Kansas City on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. 10:30 p.m. Vancouver Whitecaps face FC Dallas on Sirius XM and Internet channels 157. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM sports schedule for Saturday, September the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the New York Yankees. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 98, XM 182 and Internet 999. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Detroit Tigers. A's on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 859. Tigers on Internet 849. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets face the Cincinnati Reds. Mets on Sirius 94, XM 179 and Internet 857. Reds on Internet 846. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Astros on Sirius XM